Good morning. Court is now in session. Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, can you enter your appearances, please?
Chad Rumander, Ryan McBride, David Sturgeon, State, Mr. Jeffrey, Chris Ballard are also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erika Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right, second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for
Good morning.
Proceedings pursuant to the court's
The court's a little low
so
here,
camera operator, would you please approach the lectern?
so hopefully they'll get their volumes adjusted correctly. So they're working on their audio right now, as you can
My
hear.
microphone, there we
There
go.
it goes.
Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the court order.
All right, and have you had a chance to
Good
fully
morning,
review
everybody.
the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you
I think
require additional
the
time
reason I
to
want
review
to
the
cover
order or
this
to
is
adjust
obviously
the
Karen and I were
equipment to
there
ensure
at the
compliance?
university right after this thing had gone
Do you
down. So
anticipate any difficulty complying
I think
with
there's going to be
today's
some
order, with the
interesting
order,
testimony
or
today.
with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here. Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from
For the record, the audio was
different
set
from everyone, and the court understands the human nature of
by the
that,
court at their
but
end,
also,
so I'll
it's
try to do
important
the
that
best to
this
keep it as loud as
be
I
used
can.
orderly. A spectator shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case or the status of this case as a capital
Yeah, Buddy's already
offense.
weighing in.
Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday. We will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule, and Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. We anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom.
Okay, so
during
the
duration
court has the
of the preliminary
volume down a
hearing.
little low, so I'm trying to work on it
Any
to
other business
push it
that
up
we
a
need
little
to
bit more
address
for everybody,
before we
okay?
turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Ms. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just want to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude, I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's
Novak.
too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state.
That make a
within
difference right
defense,
there?
Do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? There are some stipulations that we can address.
I'm working
right
on the
now,
court
and then
audio,
the remainder
guys. This
we
is
can
not
address on an
my problem.
exhibit by exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct. Mr. Novak's correct. We did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, whether it be by way of video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and your honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and in allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any
Understood.
questions that I can address from either side, or clarification needed, or thoughts that you wish to share?
No, I think I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Grunander, as it relates to that, are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumoina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge.
Okay.
I do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So,
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
one quick question, Judge, for council's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and
Okay.
that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor. Because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors. But I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's seeing. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form. And so we will be using the easel, I think that's just
Okay.
over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35 and we'll resume court at that time. Thank you.
All right.
Had to do some work. Looks like we got a little break. Thanks, guys, for being here. I think this is going to be a pretty interesting thing. How's the sound coming in now? A little better? The court is broadcasting just a straight line from one microphone. So awesome. It's good to see you guys. This ought to be interesting. I want to hear from obviously the detectives. Yeah, I vacated my post for a moment. Sorry about that. I have to do some work. But it's great to see you guys. I usually don't do these, but I thought this one was interesting enough to at least do the preliminary hearing. Yeah, I hope they resolve the audio because, you know, it's coming from a singular microphone from the court, and then it's going through all the various systems to get to us. So we'll just try to do the best that we can. I think this is one of the first times we've been in court together. You know what was really interesting about this particular case? Obviously, Karen and I had gone. Hey, NJ, thank you so much. Great to see you. Great to see everybody. I know this isn't a whole bunch here, but I thought maybe, you know, we would just cover it to get some of the main testimony out of the way. And then we'll see where it's going to go. But I can tell you, you know, being in courtrooms for 40-something years now, still testifying in cases. And that's why I'm kind of a straight shooter. I never, ever want a defense attorney to come back and see something that I said or did and then come back and hammer me while I'm sitting on the stand. Nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than that. So I think usually the first day, couple days are the best because, you know, that's where you're going to really get the info. They're going to put the lead detectives on. It sounds like they acknowledge them already in the courtroom where they're going to be sitting at the table, the state table, as the state's witnesses and investigators. They designate them as the state investigator. And then, of course, you're going to have, you know, the defense. Just thinking Brian Koberger, you know, $8 million that those attorneys made. Okay, it sounds like they may have the audio fixed because it's coming through two microphones now in my
Seated.
ears. Here we go.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and the parties to the state, are you ready to proceed?
Here we go.
Yes, we are, Judge, but prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing.
All right. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. In case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward, looks like he's being brought into the courtroom. All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectern and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can, thank you. Mr. Gernander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling Bagley.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
I'm just a senior officer,
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
about 5 months,
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you can get up with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved
There was.
at the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we patrol the campus. We'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay, was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops, we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in, we'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody to track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps, so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in this campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that
And how often did you use this system?
every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University
Yes,
when
sir.
you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods
Yes.
surrounding campus.
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to the UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus
Very familiar.
and the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings.
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings on the around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay, can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple of steps that go up. You got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it'll be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an
and
inside one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is a kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal building over to like the science building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal building.
Yes.
Where's the Fugal building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard,
It does.
the building? Okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay. And in relationship to the Fugal building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
Building?
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am
Where is it located on campus?
directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard, the Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay,
It doesn't
so,
run right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two,
okay, in relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
east.
East, okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
Where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building, and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. And is there a parking structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
That is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute building is going to be north of the Losi Center. There is a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then they also have a parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure,
Okay.
can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1. So that's a ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then goes up to level 2. And on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road. And there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you're parking there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the Losi building.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1. It should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
Just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence. So we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit. That's fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that's Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle, is all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugal Building?
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Mr. Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nesser? Mr. Hernandez?
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations. That foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. States Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay. So the state would move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is so granted.
Put your seatbelts on. This is going to be a long trial.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. It's surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to, when you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that's going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay. And just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. What about the Losi building? You've described that. Where is that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit
Yes.
as well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph. Is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop. Okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day
Yes, I was.
at UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1, published again.
Go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags.
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some, actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom? And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock
Yes.
that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes,
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. It's live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself,
Okay.
but I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and there should be a power button to turn it off. Thank you, Jeff.
You're good.
And if at any point, Mr. Grunander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously,
Unbelievable.
Renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's
Bunch
go
of
ahead and proceed.
crybabies.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the LOCI Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugal Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center
Yes.
and also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
Partial of it, okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander?
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead and overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted, and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned two different grades, or did you say
Grays.
grays? Grays, okay,
Yeah,
all right. Now you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building. And it's just below that, you can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right, do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the Losi Center is in this photograph?
The Losi Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray, okay. I'm blind, I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugal building
Hugo building is going to be this building right here.
and the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red brick path.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So
Okay.
you can't see it in this.
Mr. Gernander, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows to some degree where you're pointing. In that way, because the video isn't being captured. So if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Understood. That's fair. Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugal building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the Losi building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The Losi building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side. So middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the Losi Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the Losi building. How many stories does the Losi building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of Losi building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the LoSI Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again. Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Hugo building's going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury business building? Where's
Woodbury,
that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path. That's
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The LoSI Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah in 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoken
To see how crazy this trial, this prelim's going to be. She wants the monitor at the podium turned off, but she's got hers turned on at the defense counsel, and so does the prosecution. So again, just little games.
All right. I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right. The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be. And the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid. And overrules the objection, states Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted and may be published.
Yeah, you can hear me clear, but again, the volume issues are at the court's end. There's a ticker at the top of the stream here. I have no control over what the court's
May I
doing.
approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that
Yes.
walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me,
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level
Okay.
1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. Go from that would be the 3rd level, and your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes,
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top of that. It's in the darker gray
Okay.
gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct?
Yes.
When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium style steps.
Would that be west of the Losi Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the Hall of Flags is. It's directly underneath the Hall of Flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof
The top roof, yes.
with the darker shade of gray that you
Yes.
see? Okay. Thank you, officer.
Yay, they got the volume fixed. Woohoo.
I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay. So we don't have this in electronic form? We do, okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as States Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker, is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on the top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. I was just
If
going
you're just joining us, this witness is the first UVU
So
University police officer on the scene. They're just laying the foundation for what?
Do you see States Exhibit
Took place.
35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugal building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it. And if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay. And where is the LOSI Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the LOSI building right here,
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
For a
into level
vehicle?
one
For a vehicle?
for vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way. Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture, parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west in the middle of that horseshoe, be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 south
Yes.
and just below on this photograph.
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 west?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 south?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe,
And that runs north and south?
north and south.
Okay. What about 720 west? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 south.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay. So just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 south, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 south, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 south, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can be seated.
The interesting thing about Salt Lake, all the streets are on east, west, north, south.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to September 10th,
In the
2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a
grid
particular assignment.
layouts.
Mr. Gernander, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now. I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
So another quick note is the defense asked that the podium be turned off, but the prosecution has theirs on, and so does the defense. That made no sense.
So you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end.
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was
Okay.
under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so. So a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asking him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes,
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie?
Charlie Kirk. So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there were several thousand people because you had it on the grass. It was jam-packed in the amphitheater, sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed, several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up. People were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought at that moment, I was like, oh, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was close range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on, said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer. So that's when I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? Direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center. And like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the OC building. Just,
Okay. And it's a public stairway.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the LOC building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break,
All right.
if that's okay with the court.
All right. Let's come back it's 10:43. Let's go ahead and come back. Well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock and then we'll resume direct examination. Court is in a brief recess.
All right.
Okay, it looks like they're going to take a little break here and then come back in about 15 minutes. So we'll see how that's going to play out. For those of you just joining us, so grateful that you're here. This is the day one of the Charlie Kirk preliminary hearing. The officer on the stand currently is the first officer to testify, and he's laying the foundation for hearing a rifle shot. He then runs and responds over to where he believed the shot had come from and discovers a screwdriver up on top of the roof there. Also, one interesting part about his testimony, and you tell me what you guys think, if did you catch the fact that he was standing next to the police chief, and that the two of them both commented that it sounded like a rifle? And so that's really important to, when the state's going to lay out their position here to help them the judge understand. Remember, this is just a preliminary hearing. This is just to see if there's enough probable cause evidence to take it, kind of like a discovery hearing, to take it to a trial. So all the state needs to do is just establish enough probable cause that, yes, in fact, there's a standard of burden had been met, that potentially Charlie Kirk had been assassinated by the defendant sitting in the courtroom. Now, currently, obviously, the rules of our Constitution and the law is this idea, obviously, that he is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in front of a jury of his peers. So this is not a jury trial. This is, again, they're just laying the evidence out to say, hey, the state of Utah says that this individual who's sitting there on trial, at that table, is the individual responsible. That's all they have to do. And once they establish that burden of proof, then a judge will make a ruling. And if, in fact, he establishes there is enough probable cause, they will go to the next step, and that's where they'll set a court date. And from there, it's going to be a long trial. I mean, we're already seeing evidence that this is going to be quite an interesting situation. Now, one of the things Karen and I want you to know, we actually had gone to UVU. We have a whole playlist where we show you the actual crime scene, the area where the rifle and the evidence was recovered. And so if you're interested in that later on, you can go check that out in the playlist of this particular case. There's a lot of theories going around. There's all kinds of craziness. Why no grand jury is because this is they want the public to hear the totality. I think I don't think they wanted a true bill from a grand jury because they want to be able to broadcast this, in my opinion, to the world. I could be wrong. And show that, wait a minute, there's a lot more information that's not being told here. And as a result of that, I think that's why we're seeing what we're seeing here. So that said, when we got there, we went to, you could actually see the sniper's nest. I went up the hill where the individual went, and we were able to show you guys. We interviewed some witnesses that were there, and it was very fascinating to listen to the people that were actually there. And, all the pundits and, all this other stuff that comes later on. I can tell you there are some personalities, celebrity personalities, quite frankly, that have absolutely sent this thing into the atmosphere. People who are making all kinds of allegations that, it's a government cabal, and, the Israelis involved. And, I think this is going to come down to a pretty simple situation for a horrible day. And we'll see how it's going to play out. But I mean, the facts of the case were that this young man made a decision to take his grandfather gift, a rifle, to UVU University. He texts his then lover that he was going to take advantage of it. He does it, flees, tries to get his grandfather's rifle back. That doesn't happen because by that time the police had intercepted it. And then from there, he tells his parents and tells his lover that, look, I did it. They listened to him. I can only imagine how crazy that was. The parents reach out to a friend of theirs who was a retired sheriff at the time, and they get hold of him and they say, look, you need to talk to Tyler. And by the way, he was also, wanting to hurt himself. They meet. He walks in and he turns himself in. That's it. And at that point, it went nuts. You know, it absolutely went crazy. And that's the power of words. That's why this platform, we're grateful that each and every one of you are here. The Israelis, you know, this conspiracy. Honestly, do you really think, you know, they got hold of this kid in St. George, in Washington County, Utah, and said, "Hey, here's an opportunity for you to take your grandfather's rifle and go shoot one of the most inspiring individuals in many people's eyes in the world," controversial or not, the fact that, you know, he was doing, you know, some things that people found controversial, others found inspiring, others loved, others hated. But either way, he's a human being with a family. And, you know, now all of a sudden this kid's on trial and there's this big conspiracy that, you know, all this other stuff. We'll see how it's all going to play out. But, you know, again, we go back to the fundamentals, the basics here. And, you know, he didn't tell his parents that he did it. Actually, he did. They turned him in. You know, you don't go to a police department with your son because he didn't do something. That was a very tragic day. So actually, he did tell his parents that he did it. In fact, he even told the sheriff that he did it. So you got to get past that in your mind. And I don't know if you're capable of doing that right now, but I can tell you, if my son came to me, I'm not just going to put him in the car and drive him to the sheriff's department for something that he said he didn't do or not do. You know, are you serious? Again, you got to use common sense. Okay, whoever that troll was, use common sense. It's not rocket science. And he, by the way, he comes from a very strict environment. You know, I think he's, you know, comes from a very religious family. And the fact that this one boy of their family, I can only imagine what those parents are going through. So there's a lot of victims here, a lot of victims. And quite frankly, I think, you know, other people are being victimized by the fact that, you know, some folks can't even wrap their mind around, you know, the fact that even Luigi shot a guy in the back. It's the same principle. It's the same principle. So I think we just need to wait, see what happens. All the conspiracy theorists and all of that, you guys, you know, you got to get over it, man. You know, you guys always talk about going down the middle, but you're the ones that always are stirring the pot. You know, let's get over it. He never told the sheriff that he did it. No, he told his parents. So you see, now you've shifted to the sheriff. You don't even know what you're talking about. A minute ago, you said it was his parents. Now you're saying it's the sheriff. So which one is it? All right. So this is going to be fun watching, you know, watching this go through here. Folks can't even get their story straight. So, yeah, troll. Yeah, exactly. You know, 30 seconds ago, he didn't tell his parents. And now he didn't tell the sheriff. You know, aren't you in a basement somewhere with 5 laptops open, eating a box of bonbons, and you've got spaghetti sauce on your shirt somewhere? You know, somewhere. You know, or maybe you're dressed up in one of the outfits that one of the witnesses is going to have. So if you've come over to this channel, bring it on, kids. Not my first rodeo. I think your mom should be making your peanut butter and jelly sandwich here in about 15 minutes to bring it down. So anyway, this ought to be fun. This ought to be fun. Yeah, in your chicken outfit. I went to a park, and there were a bunch of furries out there. These kids dressed up like I don't know what the heck they were. And as I was walking by, I was thinking, oh my gosh, could you imagine World War II when they had to get them all and bring them in? I mean, that was a generation of real folks. But today, I mean, good grief. It's absolutely ridiculous. And by the way, this guy was into that lane there. So all of you, intellects out there, including Candace Owens, she's a nut job in of herself, my personal opinion. But that said, she's entitled to her opinion, and I respect that. Anyway, hopefully the court's coming back in here in a couple of minutes. Looks like they're about ready to kick off again. So what do you guys think? Where do you think this is going to go, guys? Let's see from our chat's always amazing. I love you guys. Yeah, exactly. Beamer. Yeah, did you see her on Sean Ryan the other day on that show? Oh my gosh. Talk about off the rails. What time's the next train coming? Oh, wait a minute, we missed it. This is nuts. This is nuts sometimes. And coming from a wife of a billionaire, by the way, she married a billionaire. And as a result of that, she's out there lecturing the world about a kid at UVU taking his grandfather's rifle, that being an Israeli operation. Seriously? Seriously? Wow. Yeah, she is cray-cray. There's no questions about it. She is cray-cray. So it's going to be interesting to see, what's going to happen here. And by the way, there's cray-cray on both sides. I mean, it's not just her. There's cray-cray and in both sides of the spectrum. As I always talk about, we see each other in colors nowadays, either blue or red. And my philosophy is God doesn't see in color. That's just my philosophy. So I'm trying to figure out why we do. And when you have people who have never, ever done this or been there, done that, it gets really interesting. It gets really interesting. Yeah, they like to stir the pot and then lick the spoon. But you guys know I'm not afraid of that either. I don't mind. And if you're going to show up, in the chat wearing your bunny suit or dressed up as a dog. I love that. Have you seen that video of the gal dressed up as a dog trying to get into a house, and she was attacked by a real dog? Even the real dog goes, let me get this right. Yeah, you're trying to take my position here? No, it ain't happening, man. Ain't happening. And And how about the guy who was dressed up as a cat was stopped by the cop, and the person said, well, you know, I don't have a driver's license. And he says, well, then fine, I'll take you to the vet and we'll get you licensed. That was classic. That was me. That would have been me. No question about it. So let me get this right. Yeah. You're a dog? Yeah. And you're driving a car? Okay, dokie. All right. Can you step out of the car, please, fine citizen? We're gonna see if we can get you registered pretty quickly. Unbelievable. Or the lady that had a child who said she was a dog or a cat or something, and the hospital refused, or she took him to the vet, and the vet refused to see her as a patient, and the person was just standing there, you know, trying to convince the vet tech that no, she really is a dog. Oh, you can't pay for this. This is some serious shtick. But this case has all of that. Let's not forget that. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see if he dresses up as a furry into the courtroom to come in here. To see if he dresses up as a furry to testify. I don't think the court's going to let him, but and I don't think he's going to be on there today. I think Karen was telling me it may be a video statement, you know, from a distance. Imagine that. Imagine that. You know, can you imagine a government even working with these kind of people, and the fact that you've got a celebrity out there thinking it could be a reality? I don't know about you, but I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I admit it. But I'm not that dull. I don't know about anybody else, but, you know, as you guys know, when I was born, they slapped my mother, rolled me over and said, you have twins. But at the same time, I'm not buying the furry concept that this is a conspiracy with a bunch of furries. You know, but maybe some rich people think that's the way to roll here. And, you know, it's almost embarrassing for our country. And thank you, our friends in the UK. We love you guys. And congratulations on your win in the World Cup. Amazing stuff. But I know you guys you guys aren't even running with that one. But here in the US, you know, we're running with that. We're running with the furries as a conspiracy to commit homicide and then attach it to a federal operation, an IDF operation. Crazy. Yeah. Why was he put in? Why was Twigs? You know, first of all, let's just start with the name. Let me get this right. Your name is what? Twigs? Right. Okay. Yeah. Like the tree? I had a guy one night, I asked him, I said, hey, what's your name, man? And he goes, Smith. I said, Smith. I said, with two F's or one? He goes, there's no F in Smith. I said, well, it sure sounded that way. So can you imagine F.I. in this guy? So what's your name? Twig. They call me Twigs. Like the tree? Like the branch? Yeah, kind of. Okay. Just out of curiosity, why are you dressed like a bunny? You know, why are you dressed like a bunny? Where's your mother and your father? See if we can get you some help, pal. Unbelievable. And to think that somebody as distinguished as Candace Owens is out there, defending the furry community. That's cray-cray times 5. That's cray-cray times 5.
Court is back
So
in session.
we'll see what happens.
Before
All right,
get
here we go.
started, I want to clarify on the record that pursuant to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any question about that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically 3 levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So, being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1. Looks like it's just taking a second to come up on the screen.
Now, just real fast, guys, the reason the judge addressed the family leaving is because the defense raised an issue, I can guarantee you.
Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life.
So what he was saying was the
display.
family has the right to get up at any time, and it's not a disruption to the court. That's how minutia this is going to be. So put your seatbelts on. And now, remember, what's happening now is the defense wanted the podium monitor turned off, and now they're having additional technical issues. They're trying to get it
flicker on my
fixed.
screen here.
Even though the defense and the prosecution
Right.
both had their monitors on at the table. So, again, I think this is going to be really, really interesting to watch unfold.
All right, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Losi building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there,
There's
where
about
was
10
it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit Number 2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down. And if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here with the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, out right there.
About right there. Okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay. So that was left there by an evidence tech.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, the Fugel buildings on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Gernander.
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay. Otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence and it may be published at the discretion of or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the state would move to publish it.
All right.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. It's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. If you come down from that, from where the water meets that red brick part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west. And we're on top of the Losi building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop.
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher. So this is the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
As far as the gravel?
southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard
Yes, there
in that
is.
area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just last, same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as Exhibit 3.2?
You can see the hall flags that's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tent in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah
Okay.
examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay. That's an our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit. So even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
To answer this question, why can't
Anything
the
further,
public
Ms.
see this?
Nestor, before I issue a
Because the
ruling?
defense argued
Hey, Your Honor.
they didn't want them to.
We're going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes,
And what did she tell you?
she said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation. I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2. But it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about. And so,
I will follow up, Judge.
all right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do in number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black.
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, they are, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. With those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. State would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is I'm on the top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is on towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the Hall of Flags that's more towards the top center, and behind that you got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can you
center of
point
the
to that?
picture, if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay,
So the southwest side of the roof.
thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor. Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
there. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked at with some red or orange markers and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photographer was facing?
Yes,
And what direction is that?
it's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed that
Yes.
night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion so nobody else would disturb that area.
I mean, when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, or it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yes, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had to set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be when I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay. Before leaving, did you leave the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes. I
Just
did.
to someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene
Okay.
without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you've described what it looked like to you.
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed a screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody lay down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't
far?
mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right. Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think, I mean, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Fernandez?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right. So as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way other than he ran north. At that moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
Where is the police department located?
it's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3. Okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up and then run off and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay. If I could take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes. Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner.
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass.
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage that you personally observed on the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof that was not there. I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the Instant Command Center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
State will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor?
This ought to be fun.
Ms. Nestor, before you begin, What time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
You
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back on and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
Employee, there was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA in the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the Low C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
No.
Nobody on the walkway?
No.
Okay.
Just Tyler.
And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right next to me. Yes.
Okay. And that was before the shooting.
Yes. And then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him. Yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes,
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there, secure the area, and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is.
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it. But I didn't prepare the report. So, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5, maybe? Let me look and see. All right, now let me ask the question again. Sorry, we just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, you're good.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see a direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Low-C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay. So let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster
For what type of
for a
weapon?
pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU.
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, what he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with a prisoner of the shooter. So they had been within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk. Is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Out of state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
All right.
Well, here we go to lunch. And what do you think so far? I don't think, the defense is doing their thing, right? It's going to be the guy in the front. It's going to be Saad, some other dude. And, the holster thing, Remember that guy, jumped up in the very beginning. Remember that guy who ended up getting arrested and convicted for child porn? That dude jumped into this thing. That's who he's talking about. So the holster's not even near that guy. And plus, it's not even a pistol. It's a rifle. I mean, the defense is they're going to be boxing themselves into a hole because you can't argue that, this pistol, which is a nothing burger, i.e. the holster, and then argue that the rifle round, fragmented, etc. So you got to have, it's either a rifle or a pistol. The defense needs to make a choice which one of the two weapons they're going to attack here. So I think this is a nothing burger. I don't know if she's doing herself any favors or her client. I think the officer, is doing okay. He's, he knows what he's doing. And I just don't know how long the court's going to keep allowing her to, drag this thing on. Where the real juice is going to come is when they start putting on, the other individuals, the furries and those witnesses. And we'll see what's going to happen. So what say you guys? Let's see if we can jump in a couple questions here. Yeah, JQ4, the grass growing fast when she speaks. I agree. Shadow Mustang. Do you have a Mustang? Interesting. I love Court. Paige, it's great to see you. Let's see here. The Bullet. Yeah, the Bullet. It's going to be a nothing burger. Everybody is talking about the fragmentation of the jacket of the round itself. Don't bet your mortgage on that one. Because when they're all done, the jury's going to say, well, was it fired from that gun? And they're going to be able to say, yes, we can't exclude that weapon. And that's what it'll come down to. The fact that there are multiple reports, the fact that they sent it out for, much more analysis happens all the time in every courtroom around this country. So, in my opinion, it's an absolute nothing burger with the rifle round. I mean, you've heard all these snipers and all these guys, et cetera. Whatever. The reality of it is he got hit with a bullet. And the reality of it is the ballistics reports are going to come back and say, yeah, it's that bullet that came from this rifle. And then they're going to say, and that rifle came from that grandfather. And that grandfather is connected to that defendant. And that's what just follow the bouncing ball. Just follow the bouncing ball. It's not going to be very complicated. And then they're going to show the video of him going up the stairwell, going up all that stuff, jumping off, going to get his car, driving around, picking up, trying to get the rifle because it belonged to his grandfather. All of that stuff is all going to come in. So all this other hoopla and, all the folks that think there's more, here, you're stressing yourselves out. You're stressing yourselves out. That's it. And, a little while ago, I love, chats where, you open it up and then all of a sudden people just show up out of nowhere. They shoot and they move, which is fine. I don't see the grandfather getting on the stand and not identifying his rifle. When he does that, the bullets are irrelevant at that point. Because at that point, now they have to explain why Tyler Robinson's DNA is all over the rifle. Now they have another problem they have to go through. And then you have to say, okay, Twigs didn't get the text messages. And the list goes on. Yeah, I'm not saying that the ballistics match is not irrelevant. I'm saying it's not as relevant as the big picture. In the big picture, it's only circumstantial evidence. And if you think about how circumstantial evidence works, just think of this as an example. Okay. If this was a pencil, not a pen, it would be much easier to break. Okay, but I can break this pen if I wanted to. I just, crack it. Okay, so we'll just think of this as the ballistics. And now you got the rifle. Now you got two pens. Much harder to break. Now you've got the DNA on the rifle, and I'm just talking about the rifle. Now this becomes kind of problematic. Then you got the ownership of the rifle. So I'll just keep adding, layers, almost like a steel cable. Okay. And by the time you're done with all the evidence, this is what I meant by relevance in the ballistics. You have all of this steel cable that is extremely difficult, almost impossible to break. That's what I meant by the relevance of the ballistics evidence. It becomes extremely hard to break circumstantial evidence sometimes because it just keeps compounding itself. One piece, then the next, then the next, then the next, and the next. And pretty soon, you remember that steel cables hold up bridges. And you can just argue that one strand is the problem. And that's what Candace Owen has been doing. She just argues individual strands, and she's not recognizing the totality of the cable. So, that's not 100% true. They can't prove the bullet came from that gun. No, I agree with you. But they don't have to. Because there's a shell casing there. And that shell casing has his DNA all over it. And they can prove that shell casing came from that gun. So again, you're linear you're just one way of thinking. You're only thinking of one strand. Let's say the bullet disintegrated. A jury is reasonable to recognize that he was hit with something. So juries conclude pretty rapidly that it was a bullet. So now you can say, okay, well, if there's a shell casing missing a bullet, one can reasonably conclude that that bullet left a gun, such as a rifle. And if you line up that rifle in a sniper's nest back to where Charlie Kirk was sitting with a laser, the trajectory, and it goes to the top of that roof, well, from there, you can figure out, well, if it's at the top of the roof, then one must reasonably conclude that the bullet came from the roof. Just saying. And when you look at the video of one guy jumping off the roof with one rifle on video, and then they happen to find a rifle on video across the street where, and I've been there actually. Maybe I can pull those pictures up. Hang on. Let me do a little research here. If you're joining me for lunch, thank you for being here. Whoops. Sorry, my hard drive is loading at this side over here. If you can reasonably argue that, hey, wait a minute. I'll pull this up here. Give me a second. Yeah, I mean, when you're there and, you're actually on the ground, your whole perspective of this whole thing changes, right? Because you actually, you don't have to listen to other people tell you what they imagine. You can just pull up and see it for yourself. And that's what I like to do. I always like to go on scene and get a sense for it myself, so I don't have to listen to the noise. And I'll share some of it with you. Let's see here. Yeah, so we'll do this one right here. Don't get the mirror. So, whoops, wrong one. Let me pull that out. Sorry about that. That's where, this is the backside of where he jumped off right here. See where the tent is? Okay. He comes right off of this building and he jumps right there and lands where that tent is because they had processed it right there. And you can see off to the left there is about the area, actually straight through that building and into that caddy corner over there. You can see right down into the yard there. And so let me pull up a couple of pictures. And these are our shots, Karen and I, when we went to the university. So we're not relying upon guesswork and, people saying or doing whatever. I mean, what he's going to have a problem with is stuff like this, where he, they have him on video. They've got him on video going up the stairwell here. That's some strong stuff right there for evidence. I mean, forget the bullet. He's going to either have to get on the stand and say, well, that's not me. I wasn't there. I don't know what you're talking about. $1,000 on black that he doesn't get on the stand. But the fact that he's on video at the crime scene, I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist. They seem to be getting whacked around the country, so I'm going to stay out of that business. But the fact that, there's just so much circumstantial evidence around this guy. I think it's going to be it's going to be a tough one for those who think that this is one gigantic conspiracy. I mean, I heard, why did they tear the concrete up right away? I don't know. It's a university with 30,000 impressionable students and blood all over the concrete. Just saying. You don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. You don't want anybody, wearing their furry outfits to stress out. Get the concrete up. Get rid of it. But somehow that's a conspiracy, a cover-up. The conspiracy theories are all started by one celebrity. We all know who she is. And it's because of, I don't know what it is. But, remember the lapel mic is exploding and all this other stuff. It's crazy. It's cray-cray. But that's just my opinion. I mean, we're all entitled to have different opinions. And, I had somebody, a little while ago, and I finally said, this one's got to go. So they're gone. Right down to, what next? Exploding underwear? That somehow Tyler Robinson, was hired by a foreign government to come in and whack Charlie Kirk. No, this is a kid that didn't like Charlie Kirk. He didn't like what Charlie Kirk stood for and saying what Charlie Kirk was saying in his opinion, which, by the way, words are not violent. You know, the thought police. You're entitled to have a thought. And you know what? Sometimes I say stupid stuff. And guess what? I'm allowed to be stupid. That's okay in this country. That's okay. There's no law that says you cannot be stupid. None. Absolutely zero. And it's okay. You know, I can't tell you how many people I've ever run into, you know, spending years and years on the street or going to places that, you know, you saw the results of, you know, stupid. You can't fix stupid. You cannot fix it. It is what it is. And, you know, I stopped trying many, many years ago. Many years ago. Just ask any ER doctor or ER nurse what stupid looks like. And unfortunately, we are, you know, sometimes we have people that, you know, dress up in bunny outfits. And, you know, I saw one comment said, well, you're being mean to the bunnies, you know, the cosplay furries. No, I'm not being mean. I just think they're stupid. That's it. I'm entitled to have my opinion about people dressing up, you know, in costumes, you know, pretending. I don't have to believe that. I don't have to go through that in my mind. You know, I've lived enough life and saw the result of that piece of the puzzle, you know. But if you want to dress up, you know, with the Rick Moranis helmet and play space balls, you're more than welcome to do that. You know, I'll even help you press the button to ludicrous speed. That's up to you. I just stand off into the corner and laugh at you. And there are millions of us that do that. Actually, tens of millions of people that look at you and go, you're not wrapped real tight. It is, you know, it is what it is. And when you get older, you'll realize, you know, that you're going to look back and go, I don't know about that when I was younger. But that's okay. You're entitled to grow up and go through that. You know, I'll even take you to the dog park. And while you're out there, I'll have Buddy pee on you. That's what happens. That's what happens. You know, you're dressing up like a dog with, you know, the tail and the muzzle and all this other stuff. Not a problem. Hang out at the dog park. I'll take Buddy down. The two of you can play together, but don't complain to me if he pees on you because he's marking his territory. And these doggone little Jack Russells, they'll pee on anything. So when you see me at the dog park and you're there, you know, to run with the little dogs or the big dogs, depending how big you are or how small you are, whatever side you go to, I'm giving a waiver right now that Buddy has been known to mark his territory. And so I don't want to hear any complaints. Definitely don't want to hear any complaints. So, and those of you who know me, I would let Buddy pee on him. I would. Because you can't fix stupid. You just can't fix it. It is what it is. I worry about this, you know, the next 10, 15 years when you've got this country and celebrities like Candace Owens, I mean, let's be honest with it, you know, out there saying, you know, the things that they say. That. I don't know about you, but words have a lot of power, and words are dangerous. It's kind of like, you know, the remember the test where you take your hand, you put it right, you put it like that from a tree, in front of a tree, and you get the guy to say, "Okay, I'm going to do me a favor, hit my hand," and they take a swing, and you pull your hand back, and they hit the tree. Well, these were the same kids in my generation that you would give them a broom and a net at the end of the broom. And you have them go stand out by the trees just at dusk. And you have them do this by the trees. And all the snipe would fall out of the trees into their nets. And all the grandparents would sit back and crack up that one's not right, Frank. What do you mean, Grandpa? That one right there. You need to dress him up like a bunny and put him out there. Make it happen. He's not going far. Not going far. And so think about this. You got a guy on trial now who was living with a guy dressed up in costume who really thought he was, you know, an animal. I don't think this trial is going to be very complicated. And quite frankly, I think that Candace is going to look like a doofus by the time this is over. But Candace was the kid that you could hand the broom to in the net and say, go catch some snipe. Get out there, make it happen. Bring them back. It's just my opinion. I hope I'm wrong. But we'll see. I mean, even the other day, I saw her on TV, and she's talking about, you know, all this crazy stuff. She said the Star of David is a satanic symbol, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, what? Where are these people coming from? What the heck is going on? And, you know, and just, you know, for the record, for her anyway, the Star of David is two triangles together. One of the triangles points up, and the second triangle points down, the tips. The first one is symbolic of the Abrahamic covenant that God made with Abraham. And then if man did their part and kept that covenant, then the second triangle represents that God would keep his part to that covenant. So one points up to God and one points down to man. It's not that complicated. You know, it's not some big cabal with billionaires in the woods. And she's married to a billionaire. What's the irony there? She talks about all these conspiracies to cover up things. How do we know her husband's not involved? He's loaded. Maybe he is having her in front of the world as a cover-up. I don't know. Hopefully not. Words have a lot of power, a tremendous amount of power. And, good people, we don't really say much. We just kind of keep our, mind our own business, go to work, do all the things, sit here on YouTube during lunch, watch stuff like this. And, yet there's others out there, able to say and do whatever they want. And everybody goes, ooh, that makes a lot of sense. Therefore it is. Well, there's that old saying, there was a fight at Mr. Johnson's bar last night. If you don't believe me, the blind man saw it. I can't tell you how many situations I've been to where, I remember one of the very first radio calls I had when I was a very young officer. It was a domestic violence. It was a DV. My FTO at that time was a guy named Clint. And anyway, we got this DV call and we get there and it's on the second story of an apartment complex. And as we go up towards the door, it had those, the windows on the side. And I look through the side window because I'm, the rookie officer at that time. And of course, my FTO, my field training officer, he's not going to look through the window because if anybody's expendable, it's the rookie. And so I'm looking through the side window and I see this guy and he's assaulting his wife at that time. Actually, it was his girlfriend. So we kick the door in. It's called 844, emergency exigent circumstances, because he was basically killing her, choking her. This is one of my very first radio calls as a cop. We get in there and I knock him off of her, hook him up, and I stand him up, and as I walk towards the door, she hit me in the back of the head with a frying pan. I mean, just nailed me. This is like my first week on the job, one of my first DVs, that, I'm into here now. She nails me in the back of the head. And I'm like, holy cow. my, Clint's like on top of her now and hooking her up. And now they're both going to jail, her for assault on me and him for assault on her. And that was the first time I recognized you can't fix stupid. And it just kept on going in terms of my, every officer, every first responder out there has a story like this. And thank goodness I'm Irish and I have a very, thick skull, for lack of a better term. But in my career, I was hit with a frying pan, and I'm just talking my head now. I was hit with a brick one night. Fortunately, I had a riot helmet on. I was hit with a glass ashtray that hit me right here. Okay, another DV. She reached She ran into the bedroom and there was a glass ashtray sitting next to her nightstand. She didn't mean it. This one, she didn't mean it. She was just angry at the totality of the circumstances, and she grabbed it without even looking. And I was standing into the doorway because I needed to keep eyes on her, right? You never separate from your partner when people are, moving around in a home. You try to get them, into at least an area where you can see your partner and they're kind of back to back, but they can't talk to each other. You want to, spread it apart. So if you're talking to the one party, you can see your partner and your partner can see you talking to the other partner. So you never lose contact or eye visual with your partner in a domestic ever. But you also got to keep an eye on where the people are, because that's when problems can occur. And she bolted into the bedroom real fast. Actually, it was, right next to, it was in a small apartment complex, small apartment, 1-bedroom apartment. And she bolts into the bedroom, grabs this off the nightstand, what ended up being a crystal ashtray. And she just turns around, just yelling, "I hate him," and just whips it. And boom, I see Tweety birds for a couple of minutes. Everybody goes. Book them. As we say, hook and book. No deposit, no return. You do not collect $200 or pass go. You're going to pay $200, maybe a little bit more. So all these conspiracy theories and all this craziness, let's just keep it reasonable, and let's hear how the court's going to go here today. I can't wait to hear, when they she was hooked up. She went to jail, assault on a law enforcement officer. It was good stuff. I didn't get any stitches, but I got a big cut in my head that time. So you can't fix stupid. It's that simple. People do dumb things, and if people want to dress up like cats and rats and ducks, dogs, wear collars, walk on all four, on their knees and their hands. Okay, that's America. You want to pretend you're Barbie? It's up to you. I just don't, I'm not going to roll with that personally. I'll look at you and go, "Hey, you look like Barbie." Roger that. Good job today. That comes from working 2 years in Vice. I can't tell you how many times I was in the bathroom, underground. And somebody said to me recently, he said, why are you like this? And, what would Jesus do? And I said, well, I have a question for you. And the person was like, "What's that?" I said, let's say Jesus was here. Would he stand in front of the children or Barbie? You tell me. And of course, that's a very difficult question to answer, because I believe that Jesus would stand with the children. It's just my opinion. Could be wrong. I'm sure I know one day I'll find out. You know what I mean? It's a no-brainer. It is an absolute no-brainer. So that resolves that question. He didn't want to talk to me anymore. So go figure. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. There's nothing, about being a vice detective where you haven't seen the total debauchery of Sodom and Gomorrah. And you're asked to go out and police it. You're asked to go out and police it. That's what law enforcement does. They stand in the middle and say, okay, if you want to be stupid, you're on this side. You want to say they're stupid, you're on this side. We're going to be right here in the middle. Okay, whatever you do, don't get stupid and throw things or, whatever. You can yell at each other all day long. Whatever you want to do, you're good. Okay. But you don't go over here and you don't go over there, and let's keep the peace. That's what, blessed are the peacemakers. That's what we do. It's our job. But we also recognize and acknowledge there is stupid. I see it all the time sometimes, people popping in. You know me. I'll put it up. I don't have a problem. But, I see at some point, if we don't get a handle on this stuff, that we're gonna start having a lot more of, unfortunately, civil discourses going sideways. It's okay. It's okay. We're all going to be okay, even with the Candace Owens in the world, which, even the Lord said, bless them for they know not what they do. That's okay. I need him just like you every single day, every moment. He gave me the breath of life this morning. I'm here today. I hope I make it till tomorrow. That's up to him. My personal belief. Okay. However, I'm going to go grab some water. I'm going to put the court back up, and I'll be right back.
Are you live streaming? Oh, hi. Okay, it is. Sorry. I'm like, is that a live stream right now on X? Are you on X?
Well, I'm on the AP feed, so it's on YouTube.
Oh, so someone else.
Yeah, probably.
Oh no, I've just been here a few times. I just did that. I
People get APP with the right process. I know, I'm like, I was just I thought people were gonna walk out. I would have to type out this some of the videos. They're like, what you, I'm like, I talked to the CNN.
I saw the logo. Oh, Ben with Channel 13 here locally. So, yeah, I was like, and so I was asking you didn't know that. No. That's what I suspect. And so my question is yeah, but that's okay. No, that's fine. It's just me asking, just we're an AP. Oh, you can pull it from this, and kind of thing. But so, yeah, we saw already move on. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be that way for us. I went to the one in something else and others. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
I went to the fire. After the program. What is it?
So you weren't there to see it, so you can't really. You're welcome. So that's what I heard all of this. It's like, oh, that's what it is. It's just it's a wristband that they provide. Median, orange,
All right, we're back. Still at a lunch break for the court. What's on your mind? Folks are... You guys are hysterical. I love you all. Thanks. Great to be back. Great to be back. Where is everybody today? I mean, we're all here on a lunch break here on this situation going down. You know what's really interesting is this idea of what Jennifer here, right? Never fully listen. Anyone who says Charlie Kirk used hate speech, you know, I have a question for you guys. Vermont, everybody, Las Vegas, Kansas City, etc. But here's my question. What is hate speech? What exactly is that? And who defines it? I'm just curious of what people think. And you know what? Here you go. This is a great start, this conversation during lunch. Speech they hate. But, I mean, honestly, let's... we need to define something that is hate speech. So those that say it's hate speech in the chat, please define it so I can put it up here and we can talk about it. Okay? And so we'll just kind of, let's see here. Hate speech incites violence or hatred against a group of people. Okay, so I think this is his dad or it's going to be somebody connected to Tyler. Hate speech incites violence or hatred against a group of people. Okay? Hate produces hateful actions. Okay, all right? And so when we talk about inciting violence, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because on one side, right, if people on one side of the coin, there's this idea that says free speech. And then the other side says what? Well, pick a fight. Okay, picking a fight. Great concept, Shannon. But if two people are in a bar and one person says, I don't like the shirt you're wearing, it's offensive to me. Well, see, offensive to a group of people. Well, that would be what? Give me an example. I mean, don't give me an example of what you may be thinking. I'm just saying, give me an example of what you're thinking. But at the same time, when does it become violent? What speech has become violent? Okay, threaten to kill. Okay. But just saying it, not having an overt action, i.e., pulling a gun and pointing it, is not a crime, by the way. Just saying, I'm going to kill you, is not, depends on what country you live in. I know up in Canada, you guys are under much stricter rule. But going back to the bar, for an example, if you're in the bar and two drunks look at each other and say, well, we're going to hurt each other, I'm going to beat you up. And the other guy says, fine, let's go outside. Are they both guilty of hate speech? If it can't be defined, then it can't be put into a courtroom. Let's see here. Pulling a gun is not. Yikes, yes. Chris, in Canada, UK, that's a jailable offense. Right. And in the United States, it's not. It's not. You know where else it was jailable? I think we all know what the answer to that is. Right? 1933 to 1939. It became so defined minutia. But honestly, what is hate speech? Because people aren't put on trial for their speech. They're put on trial for their actions. You know, remember our grandmothers and our mothers used to say, you can think it, just don't say it. Because once you say it, okay, you better back it up. But honestly, if Charlie Kirk is accused of hate speech, this is going to be an interesting argument, I think, in this courtroom here in America. And I think it's important for the world to see this argument, or at least listen to it. Because, you know, when we talk about this, and it's just so easy to throw around, you know, terminology of, you know, labels. That, I think, is what's happening and dividing us in the human condition and in the human experience. We're all in this together. And I think the algorithms know this. We have more in common with each other than, in my personal opinion, than we do disagreements with each other. I love this social experiment that's going around where they're putting payphones in various cities, you know, around the United States, where it's, you know, call a Republican. Then there's others, you know, talk to a liberal, talk to a right winger. And they're picking up the phone, and somebody on the other side is answering the phone. And they're studying the speech and the conversations that people are having on the phone. And it's a fascinating social experiment where they're realizing that we're actually all the same. We just have different opinions, but that's okay. That's okay. You realize this whole trial that we're going to watch here. And that's why I love our chat, because we welcome all opinions. I do. I welcome all opinions. I just don't welcome, things that just don't make sense. You know what I mean? And people are just doing it on purpose. That's a purposeful action to try to solicit a result. But that result is only in the eyes of the person looking to get the reaction. Okay. It's not, I mean, if we think about this, just in our lifetime, I have witnessed in my lifetime the assassination of John F. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Charlie Kirk, multiple times on Trump. Who else? Reagan. And all of it was because they didn't agree with John Lennon. And the list just goes on and on and on. And if we think about this, what really comes out of it? What comes out of it is more hate, more hateful actions. And it's the actions that cause the problems. It's not the words that led up to it. It's the interpretation of those words that put things into action. And, as from a scriptorian side of things, or, a religious side of things, where the Lord says the tongue is as sharp as a two-edged sword. That's a true statement. And it's really interesting to watch. It's going to be really fascinating to watch what's going to happen here in in the trial, not for the prelim. I think he's going to be bound over, and everybody's going to be able to, look at each other and go, okay, let's wait for the trial. And the defense is going to do their thing. The prosecution's going to do their thing. The jurors are going to do their thing. And guess what? We as a society have to accept, if we're a civil society, which we are, we have to accept the outcome of whatever those things are. And, each and every one of those things, right? Cassie, were those assassinations controversial as this one? I wasn't alive for any of those. I'm very curious if this device is common for those events. No. In my lifetime, and as many others in this chat, you woke up and realized, holy crap, somebody killed Martin Luther King. And by the way, that was all that one was politically driven. And then they shot, Robert Kennedy. And then that one was just like, holy crap. What in the world? Was that just Jesse Weber running out? Yeah, I think it was. It was just Jesse Weber running out of the courtroom. And I think of those of you and those of us who have been around recognize that we can share these experiences with a younger generation. Okay, I think the court's coming back in, and so when they do come in, I'll shift. I'll stop talking. I'll stop yapping. Okay. if we look at what's gone around the world today and what's going around in the world today, if you look at the World Cup, for an example, taking place in the United States, people are coming from Europe and they're surprised that Americans are helping. And they're so, there's a whole different understanding of what they've been told and what they experienced. And that's what this is about. That's what this is about. Having grown up with in a military family, and my dad being 31 years in the military, we traveled all around the world. I lived in Asia for 3 years, in Yokohama, Japan. We lived in Hawaii. I grew up in Kaneohe, went to school there. We grew, my dad, I lived there about 8 years of my life. We lived in Boston. We lived in North Carolina. And guess what? Everybody's dad or mom was in the military. There was no such thing as, you're Japanese, you're Chinese, you're black, you're Filipino or whatever. No. All of our parents were in the military together. And that's how we saw each other. And so maybe that's where, I know for a fact that's my foundation. Okay. And yet, it is, today, we just see so much, I don't even know what to put it or how to describe it. But I think you guys know where I'm coming from.
Please be seated.
I think we've lost something, or we're losing it. We can still gain it. We can still keep it.
Presence of counsel.
All right, here we go.
Cross-examination. Ms. Nestor, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, may it please the court.
All right, you may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do want to circle back before I start my new section on I just want to specify two things. First of all, we talked about that you had no briefing or no materials about security on campus for this particular event. Did you ever have any operational or tactical plan that you were given for that event?
For this event, no.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've done SWAT in the past.
Yes.
Were you a sniper?
I was. I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So okay, just strike that. Also, we talked about the holster that was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
All right, and I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, so about 30 seconds to get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent to assess to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot, didn't know exactly what was going on.
I'm sorry, I missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down to the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around. So I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out. And that's why I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off and there was as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the parameter?
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Oh, well, at first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody. So to me, it would be a close encounter. So I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings or to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part, and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that it was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the Low C building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your, I guess your collar, is that right?
I was right here on my
Your
chest. Yes.
Okay, and it was on.
Yes.
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the Low C building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
Or a handgun. Yeah. And so the two of you go to the Low C building.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Low C building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point, and then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, we didn't know where the shooter was. So we started climbing up and clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I didn't notice anybody. Yeah. Did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape? Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me. So.
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
No.
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
No.
Someone threw it up?
Yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no. That's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't.
Yes.
Right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not aware.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Low C building?
No.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it I don't know, what do you have to do? Charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
You mentioned when you went to the police department, you watched the video where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of I think you called it the sniper perch, so I'm going to use your words. It looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
More of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
Okay. And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right. Let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please. Page 5 on the Bagley one. So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I could see there's an object in that left hand. Yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect. A long object.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
video.
like an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay. All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
It was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
That they know.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from?
I guess they were drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may, Ms.
Just one
Hester.
moment. One last thing I want to clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of this stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day.
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple of weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple of weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed
Yes.
on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster, okay?
That was the tent that I showed you guys just a little bit ago. So far, that was a nothing burger.
Oh, here we are. So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed it?
So again, this is the picture of the courtyard area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be the waterfalls on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building. Okay.
And that's where I could see straight up where.
I'm
the line of
afraid
sight
the
was.
defense may get mad that they're showing
Thank you.
this.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer. Just for the benefit of those in attendance, you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water and what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You're you can drink, just don't spill it. And let's go to the state. Ready to proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right. Would you like to come forward and be sworn in?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right. If you'd like to be seated right here at the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS? Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency besides the DPS?
No, just the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations, Major Crimes Division as an investigator.
Okay. Is SBI an acronym or an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is, yes.
I can refer to it as the SBI, and we're all on the same page, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with major crimes.
Major crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases, fraud cases. Kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have you either played a role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
And is that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work at the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7, 365, but predominantly Monday through Thursday, office hours.
Okay. On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville, and I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. What did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I had been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event, that it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you were still up in Taylorsville at your office?
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point. Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah
Yes.
Valley?
Yes, we were. We were asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was needed.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you to come down to Utah Valley?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jensen.
And is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that, is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes. But it would be normal for us to be called out to assist another agency.
Okay, so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide.
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
My assumption was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025, how familiar were you with the Utah Valley University campus?
Not very. I think I maybe had been there once before.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus, yes.
And in what way or how?
Both in walking the campus and looking at the incident scene, in viewing surveillance video of the campus and the surrounding areas, and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll come back to that here in a moment. Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others. I remember Sergeant Falmina, Sergeant Bricker, Sergeant L. Schultz, Sergeant Clark, Agent Brian Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence. Federal entities, I believe the FBI, the DEA, ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local agencies on scene also.
So had all these folks responded by the time you got here, or had they responded prior to, or?
Some could have been on scene prior to, some were arriving while I was arriving, others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was that go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that. How did your role change from what you initially came down to do to whatever it evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place. And I was informed by my lieutenant that myself and Agent Davis would be taking lead on the investigation on behalf of the State Bureau of Investigations.
So the SBI was going to be the lead investigative agency?
Correct.
And you were going to be the lead case agent?
Yes, sir.
Along with Agent
Davis.
Davis. Okay. What does it mean to be the lead investigator or the lead case agent?
Depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in. Typically, scenes are fairly chaotic initially. So you're trying to process as much information as possible and make as much use of the available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Just for clarity,
played an
everybody,
active role in
he's
organizing.
with Sam
In
Boy
coordination
Itis,
with the
State
administrations
Bureau
of
of
all of the agencies
Investigations,
that were on scene.
not
Yeah, we were trying to
FBI.
coordinate efforts and
Okay.
get to pertinent information as quickly as possible.
So he's a Utah
Do you recall
state
whether
employee,
assignments
he's
were
not a
made,
federal
at least
employee.
with the SBI agents that responded with you?
Okay.
Yeah, we have a core group within major crimes that were assigned specific tasks.
Okay. And do they include the agents that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So each one of those agents with the SBI were given a specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to whom?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the state crime lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's surveillance and operations team to start working through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded. Sergeant Clark was tasked with
I just put their link in the chat.
area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available information from the immediate area around campus. Sergeant L. Schultz was working with the SIAC and other administration to try and manage the flow of information that is
SIAC is the Fusion Center or Intel
You said
Center.
that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. You said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
It kind of became organized chaos, but we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos. Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet. So there was a lot of information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
Okay. And do you know
or Amber
who?
Wright.
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Miss Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect that video. Unfortunately, she wasn't available that day, but Agent Davis was able to go meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Miss Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection, I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you what, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my
Okay.
investigation that was part of discovery.
And referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Miss Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
You may.
Miss Wright was contacted on April 7th.
Did you want?
This is a really good witness. This guy knows his stuff.
Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward,
May
you
I
may.
approach, Your Honor?
Again, he's with the State Bureau of Investigation, the state of Utah. It looks like they took the lead as the lead agency. So he's the case agent. Everything falls on his shoulders. Now, I would never let a defense attorney grab my book like that, ever. It's none of her business at that point. If she wants to ask questions, she can ask. But the judge should not be allowing this to take place. Not like this. Look, she's just lifting paper after paper.
Mr. Sturgill, when you go back, if you wouldn't mind shifting the lectrum to my right.
Your right?
Yes, it just appears when the camera's focused on you, just the way it's positioned, you're in front of the witness, and we just want to make sure that. It won't go far.
Yeah, it's only going to go that far, Judge.
Right,
Is that going to be far enough?
I think that is sufficient. So, all right. Thank you. I appreciate your help with that.
I just checked from the.
She's not supposed to do that, but yes, the court let her look at the document.
Make sure that Mr. Sturgill
That's okay to look at the one document. She just went on a fishing trip there.
And if I could make a correction to that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this first.
So he needs to ask you a question.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sturgill.
So you've had a moment to look at your notes?
Yes, sir.
Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Ms. Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Ms. Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Is that how it happened?
Yes.
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
My understanding is that some edits were made by your office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But what, let me ask you this. Did you or Agent Davis visit with Ms. Wright again?
Yes, that was in April. And that was where my correction was. The video was originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay. Let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay. So someone with the SBI collected a video.
Yes.
From Amber Wright.
Yes. Agent Mortensen contacted Ms. Wright on October 8th, and a video was provided to him electronically on October 11th.
Okay. And now I'll ask the next question. What, if anything, has been done either by you or another agent with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Ms. Wright to arrange a meeting so that Ms. Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
Okay. And who had that follow-up visit with Ms. Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able to attend.
Okay. And you know that happened because you spoke to Agent Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written statement that Ms. Wright had completed.
Okay.
An 1102.
Okay. And so you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a form or a piece of scratch paper? What do you recall?
My recollection is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement, which is a written form that is filled out by a witness that contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, do you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
It includes that advisory.
Yes.
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
All right. And what do you recall is the essence of that written statement from Ms. Wright? I mean, what does it basically say?
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's statement when she is not here present in court to be cross-examined. We did include those constitutional arguments in our standing objection. Also, this does fall under the type of document that should be safeguarded under Rule 4-202.02, Parent 8, Parent F as in Frank, and or should be classified as protected under subsection 5O as in orange, because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically a victim's. If she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested that, particularly because the video contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
All right. So if you wouldn't mind just restating the rule that you're relying upon, so I can.
And we want ice cream for everybody.
Objection.
It's the UCJA, the Utah, Code of Judicial Administration. I just blanked. The Utah Code of Judicial Administration for Rule 4-202.02, parenthetical 8, parenthetical F as in Frank, and or parenthetical 5 and parenthetical capital O.
All right. Thank you. I'm just
Yes, sir.
getting there. I want to review this before I hear from Mr. Sturgill.
They're whispering. She forgot the ice
I've
cream.
reviewed that, Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that it was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included the warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like. Well, that's kind of where I was going, Judge, is I was trying to lay a little bit more foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. As we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay, as does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate, taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
What does the pregnancy of the witness have to do with his defense?
And Your Honor, just for the record, We just want to make a record too that it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined. And for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Delay.
Thank you.
It's almost like
Anything
karaoke
further,
night.
Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just that 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require that the witness be here to corroborate the statement that they've already prepared.
All right. All right. I've had a chance to review State's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor noted, UCJA 4-202.02 and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it.
All right,
and I'm sorry.
So, okay, so let me just hear your full argument.
Yeah, I didn't realize you wanted to hear all of it. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but.
Well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's focus on the 1102
Right.
and we'll stop
Sure.
there and I can make my ruling and then.
Even the judge is
if there's
frustrated.
Any objections? I just need to take it one step at a time to be thorough. So.
Sure.
And
I'll
what I
hear
mean
all
by the
your
ice cream, she
arguments
asked for everything.
about the
She forgot to
1102
ask for
statement.
ice
I'll
cream.
return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts and then I'll make my ruling and then we can move to the next
I
stage.
appreciate that, Judge. And I think I think I have addressed the 1102 question. As far as admissibility under Rule 1102, I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that. And it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, and beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Well, as it relates to, let me take it one at a time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information here: address, phone number, social security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we'd provided a redacted version of that. Yeah. I think I've clarified what's going on here. I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
Yeah. Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
All right, and I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming on my screen to review it. All right. Okay, no, and that's fine. It's just for I can look it on my screen because I'm trying to evaluate. So if you just want to put it back on my screen.
On all the screens.
All right, well, so what I'm doing is I'm looking at this, and just for clarity, moving forward, if there is a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no misunderstanding, and I can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to assume, and I want to do the proper analysis. All right. So,
and I appreciate that, Judge, and I apologize. I understood that we were presenting redacted copies today, and
okay.
I think there's just been a little bit of a glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
All right. And Ms. Nestor, I just want to make sure that you're looking at this exhibit as opposed to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well. And that's all I have.
All right. And as I'm determining it, it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill,
Certainly,
or
Judge.
provide information for the
I'd
court?
be happy to do that. Do you have in front of you State's
Surprised they
Exhibit
don't want
6.1?
the ink color.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes personal information for Ms. Wright, and then directly below that, I think there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by someone else. Is that in fact accurate, that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence. And then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was, in fact, the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so was it you or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not my writing.
All right. But that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
In this case, because we were specifically asking them to verify a specific digital file that had a specific digital name, and we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented, we wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
Okay.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. And could you leave that on the screen for me, please?
Can you imagine
I appreciate it.
nanos?
And scroll down to the bottom. I just want to review it.
Now
one
you know
last time.
why I say what I do.
All right.
Thanks for being here,
And
by
I
the way,
believe this
everybody.
is Exhibit 6.1. Is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sturgill?
Judge.
He's going to rule it in.
And I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned, that final paragraph. It states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this and clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed. And this one, with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright, is before me. And based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Next.
Thank you, Judge.
That only took 10 minutes.
That statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2020.
Whoever this cameraman is,
And
this
she identified
judge
who's in that video.
may blow a
in her
gasket
statement.
because I don't think he's supposed to do this.
Herself and her two young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film
See?
exhibits.
Here we go. There goes
And they're filming
Erika.
the ones that are on that screen.
They're
So I guess
tired
I
of the
just need to
games
clarify that. Your Honor.
already.
I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification.
Wow.
It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the exhibit, and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom, and then the exhibit being published, which can be captured by media. If
This
that's not
judge needs to get
specifically
her
addressed,
in line. End of story.
I'm going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific objection to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGAA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication, because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular issue, but any record you wish to make.
Judge, we're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, well, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to exceed my lane by just assuming.
She is throwing as a strategy,
argument,
defense strategy, everything at this judge. And you can see
requesting.
This judge is becoming frustrated. And look at the defendant leaning over, keeps giving her ideas. Unfortunately, it's going to backfire on her at some point. The judge is going to get so frustrated, he's going to make a general ruling.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on.
See?
Were you requesting for it to be published on the three? You moved it into evidence, which I approved. It is moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom, and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the gate on this one, it's been published.
Right.
But I think we're all on the same page in regards to how objections may be made and how the court is going to consider it, so we can move forward.
So essentially, the judge had already ruled that
Mr.
the media stuff could not be published unless there was a pre-discussion. And by her looking up and creating a confusion here about the documents, that document was put up on the screen and the camera moved over towards it. Well, technically, that would have been a violation.
Have you personally watched?
So what the judge is saying,
Ms. Wright's
it's not
video?
going to happen again. That's essentially breaking it
And
down.
what is depicted in that video?
It's a view of Ms. Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
Okay. And absent the written statement from Ms. Wright, can you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video?
Yes, it's the amphitheater at the Utah Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay. On your screen, Exhibit 6. Do you see anything on your screen yet? Just the very beginning.
It's there now.
It's there now.
And everybody can see
Do
it
you
on the
recognize what's
prosecution
depicted
table, which is
on your screen
technically
right
a
now?
violation.
What is that?
Oh my gosh.
In the background is the Hall of Flags. And then you have the gazebo under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from. And then the crowd between where Ms. Wright was and the stage.
Okay. But do you recognize what this is the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Ms. Wright's video.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1. Oh, I'm sorry, 6. I apologize.
And to what level?
Your Honor.
Hold on, Ms. Nestor. I just want to get the clarification, and then I'll certainly turn to you. So the levels of admitting into evidence, then the next level is publishing it to the courtroom, and then the next level is publishing it in a way that is captured by the
She's
media.
got it
What is
on
your
her
request?
monitor as well, so she's in violation
Judge,
of
we'd
the
ask that,
same
first of all, it be admitted,
rule that she's arguing
that it be
for.
published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
All right, and I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that what this is?
Sure. You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Does it depict Miss Wright?
That may have been why Erika was leaving,
I
because
believe
this is
towards
going to
end of
show the
video, it
gunshot.
scrolls back and Miss Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
All right, is there any act of alleged violence in this particular
No, there is
clip?
not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms. Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection, if any.
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in, for all the constitutional reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication, we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published, and certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge. That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Judge, you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera or on her phone, and so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document. And then even further than that, you have Agent Hull, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you. As it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6, is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record? For purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim. And so we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see. Ms. Nestor, have you?
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's been subsequently altered.
My recollection is they've all been blurred out.
All right. I need to view this again. So let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound.
You know what they should have done? The prosecution and the defense.
My understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit. So what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any, and just go ahead and play it. And it's only on, well, it's on all the parties' monitors, because I want you all to view it, because that can go directly to, as you've mentioned, Ms. Nestor, whether it's possibly admissible. So let's go ahead and play that.
What they should have done was got together and say, look, we're going to play this. Are you good with this? And then both sides should have stipulated and then told the judge, Your Honor, we've stipulated that this can be played and these are the reasons why. And so the judge doesn't have to go through all of this. This is wasting the court's time. And you can see it on the monitors.
Based off what I've watched,
She's going to
there was some
complain
blurring
about
of
this.
faces, but not of all the faces. And so I'm going to rule that it is admissible.
See, it's in. They could have done this before the prelim, and it wouldn't have even come up. See, they're walking over now showing the defense side
I'll wait until
other videos
all parties are ready to proceed.
where they're trying to get, I would guess, they're trying to get stipulations right now to get it moving. Because you can look at the judge's face. He is not a happy camper, man.
So anything further? I just want to make
No,
sure.
Judge, you've had a chance to watch that.
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence. Again, taking into consideration the analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, the 1102 statement 6.1. And I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence. And because the faces of the alleged victims are not all obscured, there are some that are visible. It's not going to be published to in-court monitor, and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence. The court will watch it
Meanwhile,
again
this video is
right
probably
now,
on
and then we can
social media
proceed.
in about 50 million
So if
places.
to the state, if you would like to play it again for me, I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
Your Honor, this sounds like an issue that's going to come up again. I represent the news media. Can I be heard on this issue?
Yes.
I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying on, and the public is being denied the chance to see it. That is a fundamental violation of the right of access, and it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with when something is presented in a public proceeding. So while I recognize there are certain things where
attorney.
I understand that you
Not
were
sure
going to
who
make
this
an
guy
exhibit
is
by
yet, but
exhibit,
sounds like an attorney for the media.
evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat may cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court as an exhibit for you to rely on, the public is entitled to see what you're seeing so that they can understand what your decision-making process is. And so this one, it doesn't sound like this sounds pretty anodyne to me. It's not even depicting the shooting. I just wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, we're filing things with the court, we say like this, maybe we file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision based on it. And the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question. And we think that the EMC should be allowed to, for reasons that we briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the parties, do you wish to respond?
That was representative of the media for sure. Not my first rodeo.
Well, there's I'm sorry.
I spent 13 years in homicide. I've been on that
We'll go to Ms.
stand
Nestor first and then to
hundreds
the
of
state.
times and watched this courtroom.
The only other additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video only, the state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing to make an argument on behalf of the victims in this case.
All right. All right. Based off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation.
Yep. See, he was the media.
And how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was
So he's
presented.
pushing
I'm gonna
back
go ahead
on the
and rule that
defense.
this may be
Stop
played
playing games.
in the courtroom, but not be captured on video. So to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured. I appreciate the patience of the parties as we were going through the many layers that need to be addressed.
So the judge just broke bread.
exhibits such
People in
as
the
these. So we'll
courtroom
go
can
ahead
see
and
it, but not
once
the
that's ready to
nation.
be played, let's go ahead and do that.
You know how it works.
Thank you. And that concludes Exhibit 6.
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, you may continue.
The judge went down the middle.
Agent Hull, did you or any other SBI agent collect additional video?
Yes, there were other videos collected.
What additional video did you collect?
Cell phone video from Mr. Phillips was collected.
And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th of 2025, and that video was provided to him. Subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today, myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Ms. Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he is a minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed the statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips's video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And you had him prepare a written statement?
Yes, correct.
Again, on this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance, it was myself that wrote the file name on the form.
Okay. And so you wrote, what part of the statement did you write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 7.1. And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
Is it on your screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if the author makes a false statement that could be punishable by being charged with a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
Okay. So the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does in fact show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright. And under the
So she's arguing the victim, or excuse me,
under
the
the
witness is a
UCJA
victim
Acts
because they were there.
for the same reason.
And,
The UCJA rules,
1102
for
under
the
the
same
rules
reason,
of evidence in
these should
Utah
be protected
is a
private
sworn
court records.
statement of affidavit
And
of what
private
they saw.
means it shouldn't be
So she's
played
arguing
to
that
court, and it
this
shouldn't be
come in
played
because
to the
this
public
witness
through the media.
in
So we would
her
object to
argument
its
is
admission.
also a
We would
victim.
object to
So
its
she's trying to keep
publication,
it
and we
out.
would object to its filming. Thank you.
Any final response?
Judge, let me address, well, there's two things here, right? Let me address first the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe again that this statement was gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8. Just double check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present. And that explains, I believe he said, the second signature on the form. With regards to publishing it, the 1102 statement, that is, Judge, we believe again, the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be not only admitted but published here in court and also published so that the media can record it. With regards to, well, do you want to address the 1102 and then I'll move on to the video?
All right. So we're staying focused on the 1102. Any final response, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
So she's arguing that
As it relates to the 1102 statement and to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this. All right.
she's calling into question the child, his character under 405B, and 1102 is the statement
And
that he
just go
wrote out to the
very bottom
authorities.
so I can look at
She's
the
saying he could be a
totality of it.
victim
So
as well,
7.1.
which is crazy. It's just
All right.
word salad.
Based off what's before me, State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102 and to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, to that paragraph I have referred to previously. And so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1.
Right.
In
On
court.
7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about 7.1, publishing it in the courtroom versus publishing it on to be captured by the media.
Because we think that the presumption is that it is a court record. We believe that in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to go ahead and grant the publishing of Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.1 in court and that the media may capture that. Let's go ahead and do so.
Scroll up. Slowly scroll down.
Now think about that, all that arguing for this form. Talk about gibberish with his parents signing it.
All right. You may proceed.
Judge, did you admit Exhibit 7.1?
It is admitted into evidence and it was published.
All right. Have you personally watched Mr. Phillips's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what does it depict?
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd, and it does depict the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize at least the location of this video?
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would move to introduce or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published beyond that.
Ms. Nestor.
Due to the graphic nature and the sensitive nature of the video.
All right.
So as to the admission, the same issues that we raised as to the 1102, we would raise as to the difficulty of authenticating when the individual is not here present, and all the same concerns that we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So essentially you have a
All
child
right.
who took a video.
Considering the...
I'm sorry, may I add one more? I apologize. And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
We certainly don't
Final
want to
response,
prejudice
Mr. Sturgeon.
Mr. Robinson in this case.
And this is Exhibit 7, is that
7.
correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right. I will admit Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid. The 1102
Next.
is tied directly to this. And so for admission purposes, it is admitted. I am not going to authorize publication in the courtroom or obviously through media, but I will have it played on my screen.
So you get to
I view
watch it, Your Honor.
And I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit that you are familiar with. So whatever you need
Let's
to do,
watch
I'll
the
give you a
judge's
moment.
facial
And if you could just
expressions
give me a thumbs up if you're ready to proceed.
After it's played
Again, I want
on
to
his monitor.
act in a way that is dignified in respecting the rights of all persons. And for those reasons, I just want to make sure we are safeguarding to ensure this is not captured. All right. To defense, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. To the state?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead and let's play Exhibit 7.
This will be telling.
Is there sound?
There is, Judge.
All right. Let's make sure that. Thank you.
Right there, he took a deep breath and leaned back.
Thank you. That concludes playing of Exhibit 7.
It's coming
You may
in.
proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hold, any more video? That you collected, or either you or
That's a
another
new
agent
angle of
with
the
SBA?
video, what he just
Yes, we
watched.
were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided
thinking
video
about what
to
he
us
just
that
saw.
they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
And do you know who
That just
or
changed
how
him.
that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies. And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen. And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
So an 1102 was prepared by someone with Visual Impulse?
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it, and in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, and you know that because Agent Mortensen told you, or
He
something?
provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Okay. You had a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And again, does that statement include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. Go to the top screen down slowly. Can you see that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
That's what they call an Elmo. And there's somebody in the back running it for
You do
prosecution and
recognize
the
that?
defense.
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the events that they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay. This statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection. We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos, and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips, and we don't know who, and we don't know how, we don't know what they did. And for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it. And as well, I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one. There is personal information on this one. Do you have a redact? Okay, I don't have that one. All right. And we would object to publication just on our concerns for fair trial, the same issues.
She doesn't have a redacted version because her office is supposed
Yeah.
to do it.
I think
They
so.
turned it
Thank you.
over to her. And I guess she does
And for all
have
those
it.
reasons,
just
we would
showed
object to
it
its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check. Did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
right.
you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8. It constitutes reliable hearsay. It's a statement that's been made by a declarant that's written and it's under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
All right. Anything further before I make my ruling? Thank you. All right, applying the same analysis from the previous exhibits as it relates to the written statement under Rule 1102, and also under the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final phrase. If you could scroll down to the state representative and just stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling.
Sounds like the judge has a little more pep in his step here since he watched the execution.
And if you could continue scrolling down. And just go ahead and scroll down to the end. I don't believe there's anything else, but I want to make sure. Thank you. So I do rule that, overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 8.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Judge, let me speak with regards to that. With regards to the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Looking at the same analysis, is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution. And being that the person's identifying information is redacted and not viewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it published both in court and may be published by the media. So let's just get it situated. And what I'll have you do to the representative of the state, pause on the screen and then in 10 seconds scroll down to the full text portion, and then 10 seconds later just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you. All right, you can continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, hold on. She's still going through it. She's going to show
You're
the whole
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you. All right, and that concludes State's Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, thank you. I appreciate that. Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. Does it also show Mr. Kirk throwing hats out into the crowd? Do you recall?
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
The judge has to watch it. Let's watch him.
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes under 901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated, and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
Thank you. Just one moment here.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Just with regards to authentication, Again, the state must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, is sufficient to provide testimony
So
from someone.
he's reading the same rules of
that
evidence.
has firsthand
What
knowledge,
could happen
or
is
observed,
what they call accumulative.
well, has firsthand knowledge
And
regarding
then
the
it becomes
authenticity of that video.
prejudicial to the
You heard Agent
defendant.
Holt
So
testify that he
the
spoke to
judge may
owner
let like three or four of these in,
and the director of visual
and then kind of
impulse,
break bread with
visual
the defense.
impulse,
So don't be surprised if we
testified
hear
to
that
that
at some
they
point where
contract
the
with
judge says, well, we've already
TIR
seen 3 or 4 of these.
to
I get the
film their
message.
events.
This is just a
This
prelim.
particular
So
video,
let's move
the
on.
state, is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth. And that is the video that Mr. Farnsworth authenticates and says that this is video that was captured by.
Or they'll
visual
have a
impulse
pre-trial
cameras.
hearing where
So
they'll
with regards
argue.
to authentication, I think the state has sufficiently.
There's just too much
provided
evidence
court with
against
evidence,
him.
to authenticate
So,
it.
Your Honor, can we
This
get
is
a break
State's
over
Exhibit
here for the
8.
defendant? Meaning
All right.
balance the scales.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication, citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A, that this is Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims, and it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And to those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could protect your screens, however you choose to, and then I'll check to see when we're ready, and then we'll have it played. So
Let's watch him
turning
again.
to
And
defense,
no, there is no jury here.
more
It's
time needed
only the
to-
judge
Okay, thank you. Turning
to
to the state,
determine
to your screens.
if there's enough
All right, they are.
to go to
I
trial.
see a head nod, yes.
Only the judge can watch this.
And let's go ahead and play this video.
This is gonna
only
change
on
this
the
guy.
monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound.
He's going to go
played as well.
home
You may proceed.
visualizing this tonight. Let's watch him. Right there. Oh. Wow. Did you see him flinch? And now he's biting his lip? This is another angle of the shooting of Charlie Kirk that this judge is witnessing. Wow.
And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill,
He's
you may
mad.
proceed.
Look at him.
Thank you, Judge.
He's trying to hold
So
in
any
the
additional-
emotion.
Any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the
The
SBA?
defense now has to be careful.
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout. And they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras. And so that was
Wow.
collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags, there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater, walking underneath the Hall of Flags. And I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know?
That will be the clip, guys. That will be the
with regards
news
to that
tomorrow.
camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry?
Curtis Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UV?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had. And again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us, describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself on that if I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please. Yes, your notes you have there with you again?
Yes.
And referencing them will help you refresh your memory?
It will, yes.
Okay, so don't read from it out loud. Just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies. July 2nd seemed a little bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay. And you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you personally review this particular video, the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay. And on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay.
You could feel that shift, couldn't you?
Is there something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's the State Bureau of Investigation's 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation. We don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis. We object to admission and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
To the state.
Judge, again, the state's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it's his job basically to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the state representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that handwritten statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that.
You know, when you drop a video like that in court and you get a reaction from a judge like that, you know, That's pretty powerful.
And if you could scroll down to the bottom of the page.
She should just take a sip of water and hope for tomorrow.
Right, under the same analysis for 1102, under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, and this particular exhibit, it's the state's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right. Ms. Nestor.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right. I note the standing objection from defense, and given the in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense. And then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there. All right, you can scroll down. Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit. Mr. Sturgill.
Well, in Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area, and I believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up Exhibit 9 without pressing play? Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9. With regards to publication, this is another video that, due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims and the victims' rights, to have this type of information protected.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you. Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is State's Exhibit 9?
Right, correct.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and abuse throughout the criminal justice process. I find that this does apply. And in respect and dignity and the human experience, I am going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
Here we go again.
All right. Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9.
This is
If there's
going to
sound,
make the
if you can
judge more
activate sound. I'm not sure if there is.
empathetical to the totality
there
of the
is-
circumstances, in my opinion.
All right, let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you.
Because he knows what the jury's going to have to see if he rules this is going to trial. If you're just joining us, these are different angles of the shooting that only the judge is witnessing here in this trial. Watch his reactions. It looked like it. You can see him. He's looking at the crowd as well. Look at
State's Exhibit 9 has concluded. Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that
I think
video,
that's enough for the
which is,
prosecution.
State's Exhibit number 9.
I think if they push it too much.
Throughout that video, you can see a banner.
The court gets
Do
it
you recall
now.
seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yeah.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd.
Okay, so just really quick, where just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center.
And how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so close to that banner.
Yes.
Okay, I also believe towards the end of that exhibit, well, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
My recollection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid, and they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side. You can see Mr. Kirk come around the left side of the back of that the pop-up tent.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can see Mr. Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay. And then you said that he was, that there was a quick transport. Is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport. What does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible. So I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles and then transported to the hospital as opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was pronounced dead there at the Timpanogos Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene. And I spoke with him, and he informed me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kirk was pronounced deceased.
Okay. And that the medical investigator that you spoke to, do you know the name of that person?
Bullock, I believe, Officer Bullock, but if I can refresh my recollection.
If it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will help you refresh your memory. Go ahead and look at that. Again, don't read from it out loud.
It is Officer Bullock, yes.
Okay. And he is a peace officer?
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner as a death investigator.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th, or it may even have gone through into the morning.
Well, there
of
goes
September
that
11th.
myth.
And do you know who
I'm going to
conducted
refresh
that
my
autopsy?
recollection because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
I ever started
It'll help
that
you refresh
myth
your memory,
that
that'd
there
be
was
great.
no autopsy.
Again, don't read it out loud. Look
That's
at it. Let me know
resolved.
when you've done that, and then we'll go from there.
Dr. Guajado, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Okay. You want to spell that last name?
Yes, Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay. If someone told him all of
Yeah,
this, I
keep the
don't
myth
believe
going.
this individual was present at the autopsy, so we object to any testimony about the autopsy or what he was told about it.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, if I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself. And I think this is all information that's included on the report.
All right, so as it hasn't been moved into evidence just yet, I'm not making a ruling.
I appreciate
If you
that.
wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did conduct an autopsy?
I am, yes.
Okay. And did you receive a report from the medical examiner's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Detailing the autopsy that was performed?
Yes. Prior to receiving the report, myself and Agent Davis visited with the doctor.
Okay. You visited personally with
You
the
know
doctor
who
who
should be
conducted the
ashamed
autopsy?
of herself.
Okay.
We're
And
spreading
then
that.
subsequent to that, and did you discuss the autopsy with the doctor at that point in time when you were meeting with him personally?
Yes, Agent Davis and I had a fairly in-depth conversation, yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At the medical examiner's office.
Okay, and do you recall the date and time that that personal visit took place?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He actually attended the
within-
autopsy.
Within a few days of the incident.
Of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that visit, did you receive a report from that doctor that you visited with?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that's the Dr. Guajardo that you're struggling to pronounce his name. Is that
Yeah,
fair
I
to say?
apologize, but yes, that's who it is.
And the report that was sent to you, do you recall when you received that report?
I don't recall the specific date.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Again, you stated earlier that this is not the first murder investigation that you've worked.
Correct.
Okay. I take it this is not the first medical examiner's report you've received.
Correct.
Okay. Do the reports typically look the same?
Yes, they're in a standard format that the medical examiner uses.
Okay. And this report that you received
Yes.
from who you believe was the doctor you spoke to
Yes.
that conducted the medical exam, was there anything peculiar about that particular report that stood out to you?
No, it appeared to be a standard form as used by the medical examiner when they send us reports.
Okay. On your monitor, Exhibit 11, I'm going to have displayed what's been marked State's Exhibit number 11, Judge, for identification.
Right.
And I believe there's 9 pages. So let me know when you see that on your screen.
It's on the screen.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is just look at this as it scrolls down through the 9 pages and wait till we get to the very end. And if you need us to pause or stop or slow down, let us know. I want you to be able to look at all 9 pages.
Charlie
Look at
Kirk
that.
was deceased
Okay. Do you
before he
recognize
hit
what
the
that is?
ground.
Yes.
What is
Nothing
that?
would have changed
That's
that.
the medical examiner's report of examination for Mr. Kirk.
Yeah. Do you recall, you don't recall exactly when you received that?
I don't unfortunately remember the specific date when I received it.
Do you remember how you received it?
Then provided to us electronically.
Okay. Via email?
Sometimes via email, also on disk, compact disk.
Okay. And does there appear to be anything in the exhibit before you? Has that report changed at all? Or does it accurately depict what you received initially from the doctor?
It accurately depicts it.
Does the state would seek to admit Exhibit 11?
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, this is an expert report without the expert being present, being offered by an individual who's not an expert in this field. If they're presenting him as an expert in this field based on the limited questions about his experience in seeing previous medical exam records, I'd like to voir dire him on his qualifications to opine about it. This is hearsay. It's highly technical. It should be presented only through an expert. It could never come in trial in any other way. We submit that it is hearsay. And to the extent they're going to ask this individual about any opinions about it, that would be improper. He's not qualified to do that. And furthermore, we just think that this is clearly falling under our constitutional concerns about the absence of our ability to be effective, to cross-examine, to we can't even question the experts'
That's why you have a trial.
experience or CV or anything that we would normally do to determine if this should even be accepted or considered by the court. And so we strenuously object to its admission and for all those reasons to its publication as well. There's some really personal things in there that should never be published that deal with Mr. Kirk's medical condition, history, the condition of his body. It shouldn't be published.
Now she's worried
Your Honor.
about him.
Thank you. To the state.
Judge, this is clearly reliable hearsay admissible under Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence. I would direct you specifically to subsection B5. For purposes of, and I'm quoting the rule, for purposes of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay includes, and subsection 5 specifically states medical and autopsy reports and records. Again, that is supported by Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states that reliable hearsay can be relied upon at preliminary examination in whole or in part.
And to the second part in regards to publication.
As far as the publication, Judge, we agree with Ms. Nestor. This is a document that does contain very sensitive information and information that Mr. Kirk's family would appreciate it not being published. And so although we seek to admit it, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom or that it be published in any fashion or way that the public can see it by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that even though 1102 has a provision about exams, I mean, the court still has the overarching mission under 1102 to make this reliability finding, right? And it's just completely in a vacuum being offered by someone who's a police officer. So again, we would just argue that you're just not, it's hampering you from making the analysis you need to make to admit it, and we object to it.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. So again, relying upon the analysis, Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as it relates to reliable hearsay, and then turning to Utah Rules of Evidence, Rule 1102, B5, specifically notes medical and autopsy reports and records. The court is going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit, I believe it's 11.
11, yes, sir.
Next.
Citing to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, dignity, portion, respect, and dignity. It will not be published either in the courtroom or viewable on media by the camera for the reasons previously stated as it relates to the video. And so the court will receive it, and it is admitted into evidence. And that concludes that portion. Mr. Sturgill, is this a good point to stop to take our 15-minute afternoon break?
I think it'd be a great idea, Judge. I've just got one last question.
All right.
With respect to the medical examiner's report. Agent Hull, in that report, does the doctor relate cause and manner of death?
He does, yes.
Okay. And in that report, what is the stated cause of death?
It was stated as a murder.
And manner of death?
It was a gunshot wound to the neck.
I object. It's not stated as a murder. I believe it's stated as a homicide, which is an important distinction.
Judge, I'll go back and correct that.
All right. So I'm going to sustain. Well, first of all, let me look at the report. I need to see that section. I need to be able to draw my own conclusion. So, okay, I see. Ms. Nestor, are you referring to page 1 of this report?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that? I apologize.
As it relates to your objection for the misstatements, are you looking at page 1 of the report?
Yes.
All right. So
Your Honor, I also need to make an objection on the best evidence rule too. Thank you.
So I'm going to sustain the objection as it relates to the manner of death. It does not say murder, but in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under 1102 and the Utah Constitution that it permits reliable hearsay. It is, State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11. No?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you again, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
And would you mind relating what the doctor reports is the manner of death?
Yes, I misspoke. It does say homicide.
And then the immediate cause of death.
Gunshot wound of the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
Right. We'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25 and resume with this witness at that time. Court is in a brief recess.
Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. What do you guys think? I think now, we go to, we got a 15-minute break here, so we'll take advantage of this 15-minute break. And we'll come back to it here in a minute. But what did you guys think of that, of the reaction, on the second video from that judge? I mean, it was almost like we were, I got the sense, for me, I'm sitting here and he got that flinch. That was like, holy cow, he just witnessed that the same thing we all watched. And man, oh man, I think that was the curve now that just hit a grand slam. Because that guy, over the next 3 or 4 days, no matter what's thrown at him, that will be the clip. That will be the news tomorrow. That will be the news. That'll be on all the clips tonight, the way that judge reacted. And then he had to see it. He had to watch it 3 times today. And this is always the reality of this stuff, the real life stuff when we talk about it. And, some trolls and all these other people, they don't realize the reality of what's real. They're dressing up as, again, in little costumes and outfits and, playing dogs and whatever they are. And these are the same people that have been barking since Charlie Kirk was shot. But when now we start to get to reality, they start questioning their own reality. And that's a sad commentary, quite frankly. That's a sad commentary because at this point, it just goes to show you where we are in totality. But I think this is, again, it's going to shift the way this country thinks once again back to hopefully some sense of sanity and, leave the people that want to, pretend and cosplay and all this other stuff into their own little realities. But, the majority of this country got it the day they saw it on national TV. There was no, messianic cabals with Israel and all this other stuff. And, it's terrible that we have such responsible people with powerful platforms like this one who don't message it straight to the point. Let's see here. Chris, TR did this. Not all furries. It is totally unfair to group them all together, and honestly, it shows bias, not fairness or objectivity. I think they're nuts. So I'm not biased, and I'm being fair, and my objectivity is they're nuts. you dress up like a dog and, you know, you show up at a veterinarian office. Like I said earlier, you know, I'll see you at the dog park and I'll have Buddy pee on it. You know, that's a mental disorder. I'm not trying to be biased. I'm trying to be honest. You know, I'm not here for your feelings. If you want to dress up like a dog, that's up to you. And if I want to have my Jack Russell pee on you, that's up to him. He'll make that decision, not me. So take it up with my Jack Russell. That's who you need to argue with. You know, don't argue with me. Okay? Because you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. It's a mental disorder. You know, if you want to dress up like Santa Claus during Easter or the Easter Bunny during Christmas, it's completely up to you. It's not going to bother me. That's your right to do that, and I respect you for that. It's not a problem. But, you know, I don't have to have feelings that, you know, I'm worried about your feelings. You don't worry about mine. So I'm not going to lose any sleep over you if my Jack Russell pees on you. You know, it's cray-cray. And just think I can't wait till Twigs gets on the stand. And hopefully he comes in costume. I really do. I hope he shows up into the courtroom with his furry costume on. Let's make a bet. All you furries out there, I'll bet you he doesn't show up in his little furry outfit, in his little, you know, his onesie jumper. Who wants to take me up on that one? I'll bet you he doesn't show up into the courtroom and sit up on that stand with the furry outfit for his boyfriend. I wonder how the jury would look at that. Can you see him? I mean, all you who are furries and, you know, running to the aid of the furries because I'm biased. No, I'm not biased. You know exactly where I stand. You know, that's not bias. That's point blank, right to you. You know, that's reality. You know. But here's the other reality. If it's so reality for you, then encourage him to show up at the courtroom in his onesie. Have him show up in his onesie, because I will pay. I may even attend that day. I will pay to see that. Holy cow. And bring Candace Owens with you. You know, maybe they can hold arm in arm and go into the courtroom together. I can't wait to see Twigs show up. I really can't. This is going to be amazing. Then all you lunatics, you know, that cosplay like this and kill innocent people, you know, because you think you can, you know, you'll get a reality check when the court says, take the costume off before you come in here. You know, super. Yeah, you know, Kelly, super disappointed you're talking like this today. Shocking activity. Okay. Wow. Ooh. I'm shocked. How many furries are there in the country? What are the numbers? What are the numbers? Let's see. Oh, they have a convention. Have you ever seen the conventions? Coming from San Diego, we used to have the Comic-Con and the cosplay conventions. Now, some of those are hysterical. Until you've seen one, I mean, it's great. Because here you go, Chris. Thanks, God bless. Have you watched Barron Coleman's YouTube coverage on this event? No, I haven't. I have not. But thank you for bringing it up. Okay. I can't tell you how many people that I've talked to, being on the street, furries. Well, back then they were a lot of goths, but it's the same mentality. Elevator doesn't go to the top floor, jumps in, chats. They're shocked. Ooh, they're shocked. What time are your tater tots done? And by the way, put them on for 3 minutes, not 2 minutes, because you've been eating the ones that aren't cooked correctly. I want to see Twig show up in his furry outfit. If you're going to defend him, then let's get the cause. I'll be the first. I'll give you a platform here and a voice to get him a new furry suit for court. Let's get it going. Furryville or whatever. What is there a village where these furries live? I've seen you guys, on YouTube and all this other stuff. Because that's who he's communicating with, right? That level of mentality. Enough to go, to this trial today. But I don't know. Is there like a furry city somewhere or a county? Asking for Twig. Asking for Twig. So anyway, back to reality with the hearing so far. How do you guys think this stuff is rocking? How do you think it's rocking so far? I think the judge he's come around here. Thank you so much, the cute one. You're awesome. Thank you for covering this. 100% agree. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, some of these kids, I don't, they're just young, and they haven't gotten out of 5th grade yet. They're still playing Santa Claus is real. You got to give it to them. There are furry clubs online. Okay, there you go. There you go. So basically, furry clubs online and groups. Okay. And what do you do in a furry club? Help us understand that piece of it. Help us understand the furry club. What's your mission statement? What's your mission statement in the furry club? What do you guys do? Thank you. What do the furries do? Do you guys like have barbecues and picnics and go to the lake? Who drives the boat? Anybody dress up like a fish when you go to the lake? Do you have furry fish? Do those things agree? Do you guys have that? FurryCon. Yeah, exactly. I saw one of these things. I said it earlier. If those of you who are just getting here, I saw this one gal. She was dressed up like a dog, and she was on her hands and knees with the collar, and she had a muzzle on. And anyway, she's at this door. You guys have probably seen it on YouTube. She's at this door of this pet store trying to go in. And, this is a grown woman. She's at least 18 or 19, maybe 20 years old. I don't know exactly, but you can tell she's definitely a grown woman. And she's got a tail, sticking out, and she's got these little paw things on her hands. Anyway, long story short, she's at the door and she's scratching at the door like she wants in. And I swear to you, a real dog attacks her. And she is Darla, you saw it too. There you go. And now you've got this human being / pretend dog thing fighting with a real dog. I mean, you can't pay for this. It's gold. I have to go find that video and I will play it one day. So it's hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. And, man. Wow. I'm shocked that dog misidentified her. And thank you, Kat. Granny, thank you for always keeping it real. I try, Peg. I do. I try. And I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm a realist, whatever that means. I'm a realist. Probably because I've seen way too much. And it's like, wow. I can't tell you how many times when I was a vice detective, some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen. I can't even say it on YouTube. My wife knows. She's like, don't you dare say that. Karen will be like, don't you dare go there. Do not go there. And I'm like, why? And she's like, no, don't go there. And my problem is I'll sit there and I'll talk to you for days, in your little dog outfits. I'm good with it. If that's whatever floats your boat, man. If that's the way you want to run, that's up to you. But, I can talk about it. At least let me talk about it. Here we go. I think the court's coming back in. So let's hear.
Continuing with the direct examination of Mr. Hull by Mr. Sturgill. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Hull, in addition to what you've already described, what, if anything else, did you do on the 10th of September 2025?
Primary focus was to identify the individual who'd been seen on the roof with the preliminary footage. And so there was a big effort to review as much of the video that we had available to us from both the public, but predominantly from Utah Valley University, in an effort to follow that individual both forward and backwards from the time of the shooting.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, priority was to identify the shooter.
Yes.
And to that end, you started reviewing even more UVU video than you've already described?
Correct, yes.
Okay. What, if anything else, either did you do or happened initially that helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus, again, was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And we were able to do that through a combined effort of individuals. And the focus was having people reviewing video identify people who could fit the original description of the individual that jumped off the roof.
Okay. At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself, maybe 10 or 20 hours of video, being called in to look at different camera angles and different views of individuals. But there was a large team of people reviewing video.
Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Or some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Okay. Did anything else come along that helped you identify who that shooter might be?
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
Yes, we did.
And what was that name?
Tyler Robinson.
What, if anything, did you do with that information, the name Tyler Robinson?
That information was given to our SIAC, or our State Information and Analysis Group, and they put together what would be called a workup. So they would look at driver's license records, DMV records to determine addresses, obtain pictures of individuals, and then any associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled?
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right. And so that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were two registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay. And who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were looking for and we had an actual image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that Challenger?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward.
Yes.
with UVU surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained, yes.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or in
Just with
total?
UVU, I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
And this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've been investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
I know we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
We certainly don't want him ID'd.
Do you wish to specify unduly constitutional?
Yeah, under the Constitution.
I'm trying to understand your objection, so I want
Please.
to make sure I fully understand.
Your Honor, I think there's some, and I'll defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
Mr. Sturgill.
When do you want it?
Judge, Agent Hull has testified that he has watched numerous hours of video. Take a step back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records, and has been able
The
to
world
determine
is
what
looking
car
at
that
him
person
sitting at
drives.
the defense counsel.
He's also looked at
It's
surveillance
him.
video that he believes depicts
He's not dressed up.
this Tyler Robinson.
Now,
And,
Twigs is going to
I've
be a
simply
different
asked him
story.
If that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
All right. Well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench.
What did he just say? I missed that. Did he just say cosplay? What is that? Did I miss that? Tell me, somebody in the chat, tell me can you tell me what he just said? Maybe if he does cosplay or something. What was that? I missed it. This is cray cray. So let me get this right. You've got the lead investigator. Plain clothes. Okay, I missed it. Okay. Got it. Thank you. I thought he said cosplay for a second there. I was like, oh man, this is going to get interesting. There you go. Well, that's a first. That's a first even for me.
All right. Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson has been made. Again, this only relates to the preliminary hearing, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you review that video?
It was provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay. So this particular version the first time, but have you seen the video that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
Yeah, I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what states Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual I believe to be Mr. Robinson moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
So essentially, the Fusion Center
yes,
does this.
Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Durflo is the one
And
who produced the video.
They get all this
Mr.
video
Durflo's first
from
name?
all the traffic cameras where
What, if
this
anything,
guy
did you
lived
do
in Washington
to
County.
authenticate the video in
And
this
they tracked him all the way up to
I reviewed the
UVU.
video to make sure
And around
that
the
it
campus.
was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
Okay. What, if anything else, did you do?
I reviewed it. I know that there was some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Olson with regards to this particular video?
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson for the prior exhibit. Yes.
Okay. So at the same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is. So I believe the 1102 statement that you gathered from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the same time that you gathered that 12.3 or that written statement that states Exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
Okay. And let's just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen.
Correct.
That you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, of UVU video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the Exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage. And I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the footage itself.
Okay. So other than the red circles, the blur, and the zoom, does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image. Let me know when you see it.
The image is there now. It's gone again.
Is it there?
We're back. Yep.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay. And is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Shows the state would seek or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they want you to pay attention to. They've blurred people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered. And it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered. So we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected. And so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 4-202.02 subsection 5. J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation. With
J is in jelly bean?
I mean, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and
It would be Ida, John.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos.
Here it's jelly bean, little I, little I.
The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to, is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage. And by his estimation, or according to his testimony, these are all videos that are accurate and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer to Mr. Olson's written statement, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 12.3. He too has reviewed this video, and he has also identified this video as being accurate with the exception of those additions. In his words, it's the zooms and the red highlights. They weren't part of the original recording, according to Mr. Olson. But other than that, as he states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate, and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos,
right? But
then it was altered, and typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102, because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying, I made the alterations. Right. And so that's the concern of the state, of what Ms. Nestor was talking about as it relates to the state's evidence. I have that concern about those alterations. I don't know when they were made, what they were made, how much was was done to manipulate the video. And I say manipulate to, not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And Agent Hull here today on the stand and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement. They have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video that, with only a few exceptions, alterations, that really don't change the substance of the video or the content of the video, they're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September 10th and the 11th. And we have two people who have seen that raw footage, and they've explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos and what you're seeing here today. And the additions, I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm sustaining the objection. Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court, it is without alteration. If a party circles an exhibit, a photograph, that's not the original format. And I do not have the person who made the alteration, an 1102, to substantiate that. And what I have is the original video, and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations. And we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor, but in this type of case, I want to be thorough. And I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, this exhibit, States Exhibits 12.1 is not admitted.
The phone is ringing.
Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
They're going to have to go get the person that made the video, put him on the stand. Waste of time. I need to get a jar of jelly beans. Yeah, it was a good call by the judge. I mean, he's breaking bread. But we called this a little bit ago. He's going to balance the scale. That's all he's doing. He's making them feel like they got to win for a second. All it does is just slow things down. They'll get the person in there, lay the foundation. Yes, I made those cuts. Yes, I did that. No, I did not alter the video. All I did was put it back together. Next. He'll go past it and come back to it later. He's got enough right now with just those videos of the shooting. Remember, this is just a preliminary hearing to see if there's probable cause
4 visits to campus that day
to send him to trial.
And the first 3 visits, based on what you have observed, is your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The 4th visit, the 4th visit too was captured by UV surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video.
I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the Horseshoe area. Yep.
Okay. That's in Orem?
Correct.
And close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
It was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight.
At 12:38 a.m.?
In the morning, yes.
Okay. So how did this video come to your attention that you're talking about, this doorbell or whatever?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes.
Where that video was collected from?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date it was collected?
If I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this. What does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle.
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was this Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique, but in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
And so again, this is video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments. So we had specific files that we had her view, and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
We had view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on the 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on the State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13. For identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay. And I'm going to have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Ms. Noble.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same condition as it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
I know we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that the Agent Hull amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing. It's on a form. It includes both the advisory and the warning. And it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April.
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay.
I wonder what she keeps whispering in
pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence
Tyler's ear.
2 and Article 1, Section 28. I'm sorry, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay. I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds, and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds, and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed.
There you go. That's an 1102.
All right, that
It's
concludes
an affidavit
the
of
publication of State's Exhibit
witness
13.
statement.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed the Nobles were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly.
Short
yes.
clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The ones shown on the statement were shown to Miss Noble, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe.
Okay.
With yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it. And then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was Ben Mark's plaintiff's or State's Exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay. At 12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I re-seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. a number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video, again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay,
Yeah.
All right. You may play the video.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay. And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually two reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
And that noise was horrible.
Judge, could we approach?
You may.
This is probably just a scheduling sidebar. They don't want to start cross probably this late in the afternoon, 4:15. Hey, bud, I just got the plea agreement on Colella. Woohoo! I'm just reading it, so I don't know what we have here yet. I'll keep you guys posted. Keep you posted. What do you think so far? Again, if you're just joining with us, this is just a preliminary hearing. As some people used to say, some crooks, they would go, man, I got my parliamentary hearing. And I'd be like, what time's the king? What time you appearing before the king, man? Anyway, that said. Yeah. He's got elements of the offense. That he makes a phone call. Interstate or foreign commerce with the intent to abuse, threaten, or harass. His maximum penalty is $250,000 or 2 years imprisonment or both, or 1 year supervised immigration consequences. Interesting. The defendant recognized plea agreement may have consequences with respect, and this is on Colella, to the defendant's immigration status. If he's a recently naturalized U.S. citizen or non-citizen. So they're saying if he is not a U.S. citizen, then he could be exported or deported, depending on how you look at it. Agreement regarding the sentencing, they stipulate to 6 years to 4 years total offense. He takes full responsibility under recommendations accepted of responsibility, non-binding recommendations. He'll not be able to withdraw his plea. Assets and financial responsibilities. The defendant and the government agree this agreement does not have any manner restricting the actions of the government in any district or bind under.
Gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break for the attorneys.
There you go. See, I knew it.
And come
We're
back.
going to take a break.
Well,
Okay, so I'm going to put this on
4:30.
hold and keep going through this with you. All right, so while we're on break here, so the defendant understands, violates any of the conditions. Let's see here. The defendant shall make a full accounting of all assets as legal, equitably. Let's see. He cannot transfer assets. So basically, they're freezing all of his accounts. He understands if he violates any of these conditions, the defendant, the government agree that the agreement does not in any manner restrict the actions of the government in any other district or bind any other United States office. The defendant understands and agrees to cooperate fully with the United States probation officer in criminal information, criminal history. Oh, this is good. Let's see here. Convictions as defined as defendant under the sentencing guidelines, all financial informations, history of drug abuse, wire transfers, sentencing forfeitures, waiver of defense and appeal, so he's waiving his rights. Restitution. I don't think he got anything. Defendant agrees the stipulation set forth agreement regarding sentencing will be offered if prosecution is reinstituted. So basically, they're holding it over his head. is waiver of rights. The written plea agreement and any written addended, filed, or attachments to this plea agreement contains all the terms and conditions of the plea. Any additional agreements, if such agreement exists, shall be recorded in separate documents and sealed. Ooh. Okay. That's the news. Let me read it. Any additional agreements, if such agreements exist, shall be recorded in a separate document and may be filed with the court under seal. So what that means is Colella made a deal, and if there are any other documents under plea addendum number 22, paragraph 22, those documents are sealed. According, additional agreements, if any, may not be in the public record. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lucy, you have some explaining. You have some explaining, Lucy. So that means he may have made another deal and things are still moving. And we won't see them because according to this, let me show it to you. I don't know if you guys can see it. I just got this, so I can't put it up yet. Number 22. So Derek may have made another agreement, and those agreements are in separate documents and will be filed under the court, sealed. Very interesting. Very interesting. Waiver of rights. Okay, no problem. Fact basis. Let's read this. I further agree that the following facts accurately describe my conduct in connection with the offense to which I am pleading guilty, and that if this matter were to proceed to trial, the government could prove the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. But this is not meant to be complete recitation of all the facts relevant to the underlying criminal conduct of all facts known to either party related to the conduct. So basically, in this document, he's only going to tell us some of the facts. This is good. Nancy Guthrie was last seen inside her residence in Tucson, Arizona on January 31st, 2026. Nancy Guthrie is an 84-year-old woman with mobility issues that likely preclude her from walking long distances unassisted. On the morning of February 1st, 2026, a friend of Nancy Guthrie's contacted the victim's family and notified them that Nancy Guthrie had not attended church that morning. At approximately noon on February 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie family entered her residence and determined that she was missing and reported her disappearance to law enforcement. Law enforcement arrived shortly thereafter and determined that Nancy Guthrie had left basic essentials inside her home, including her wallet, car, cell phone, hearing aids, and medication. Nancy Guthrie's blood was found on the outside of her residence near her porch. On February 2nd, 2026, KOLD, a CBS affiliate in Tucson, received a ransom demand via their online tip portal. The demand listed a Bitcoin wallet address to receive the ransom payment. This ransom demand was made public. On February 4th, Nancy Guthrie's family published a video asking Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers to contact them about their mother. On February 4th, 26, shortly after February 2nd, 26, video was published. Annie Guthrie, the daughter of Nancy Guthrie and TC AG's husband, Annie Guthrie's husband, each received a text message from Colella's phone number stating, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction." Colella sent the text message to AG and TC from California, while AG and TC were in Arizona. Law enforcement agents determined the 0552 number was associated with a voice over IP text and call application that allows users to obtain another phone for their mobile devices. Okay, blah, blah, blah. At approximately 6:02 February 4th, the IP address was associated to Colella's residence in Arizona. After Miranda warnings, Colella admitted to sending the text message to AG and TC. Defendant did not identify himself on the text. He admitted to using the voice over IP and stated that he pulled the family information from a website and that he was following along and watching TV about the Nancy Guthrie case. While Colella sent the text message to AG and TC, he was trying to see if the family would respond. About 3 minutes after the text messages were called, Colella called a family member of Nancy Guthrie's, which lasted approximately 9 seconds. So he called somebody other than Annie and Tommaso. It only could have been Savannah or Cameron. Well, how did he get their numbers? I'm going to read that again. About 3 minutes after the text messages were sent, Colella called a family member of Nancy Guthrie's, which call lasted approximately 9 seconds. I've been saying this from day one. Day one. You heard it first here on the interview room. Defendant intended to harass Annie Guthrie and TC by seeking information about the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, all while knowing Nancy Guthrie was Annie Guthrie's mother and TC's mother-in-law, that Nancy Guthrie was missing, and that an earlier ransom demand had been made. I have read this agreement, or it has been read to me in Spanish, and I have fully reviewed every part of it with my attorney. I understand it, and I voluntarily agree to it. July 2nd, 26, Derek Anthony Colella, defendant. All right, so what's the news? The basic news is there are other documents that could be sealed. Again, that he called a family member. That family has not been identified, but also in this information here, he doesn't say that it's Annie or Tommaso who he called. That's news. You heard it first here. So we'll see what happens next. Tyler Robinson's not the porch guy. Good grief. How can you be that confused? We're talking about Colella. And just like that, the 11 a.m. entry theory dies. No, it's still there. Just because it's in here doesn't mean it's not true. Trust me. The sheriff said 11 a.m. I'm sticking by it. And my sources said 11 a.m. I guarantee it. So just like that, it's back. Chris, his mother was asked to streamers how his hearing, after his hearing, do you have anything to say to the Guthrie family? Her response was, I hope everyone is going to get the help they need. Interesting. Thank you, Teddy and Roger. Interesting. Yeah, it keeps getting weirder by the day. I agree. Yeah, the document says noon, but the sheriff and the sources say 11. Who's on first? So essentially, this plea agreement just came out. We just read it, and Kalila agreed in other documents that are now sealed to something we don't know about. To something we don't know about. Yeah, I too. I wonder what the other documents are. I wonder what the other documents are. Seal a meal. Exactly. Seal a meal. That's hysterical. Remember that? Remember seal a meal? I bet you a lot of people don't remember what that is, right? Could it be the son, TC? Who knows? He called somebody. He called somebody. We just don't know who. He made a 9-second phone call to somebody in the family. We're just not sure who that is yet. I'm not sure. You know, my hunch is I'm not sure. My hunch is they're still working him. And because I had, we had this thought a long time ago. Actually, within the first couple of days, I said, "Who's this guy in Hawthorne?" And I pulled the first part of this right away, and then put it out. And then everybody kind of jumped onto it, which they'll jump onto this as well, which is cool. That's all good. But we're waiting for the court to come back here with Kalila with Tyler Robinson. And in the interim, if you just got here, we got this in between that. And we'll go over it a little bit more in the next, in the next show over the next couple of days here. And so, yeah, I mean, you guys don't have to take my word for it. I mean, on the 11 a.m., just go over to the press conference the very first day and listen to the sheriff himself. It came out of his mouth, and, I don't know what to think about that, right? You have to take that into consideration, but it came out of, Sheriff Nanos's mouth that they got there around 11. And then we started poking around and talked to some folks over there, and they said the same thing. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But right now we're going with these documents. This is the federal court documents. You can see them. I got them right here. Just came out today. And in fact, Karen walked in and handed them to me, the plea agreement on our guy. And in the middle of this, there's a deal or something going on behind the scenes because there's additional documents being sealed. You guys heard it. I read it right from the documents, right from the court, right out of the court documents. Here, paragraph 22. Let me go read it again for those of you just getting here. 21. This written plea agreement and any written plea addended files as attached to this plea agreement contain all the terms and conditions of the plea, any additional agreements, if any such agreements exist. That's Creative Writing 101. Shall be recorded in a separate document and may be filed with the court under seal. So there could be separate documents filed with the court under seal. Accordingly, additional agreements, if any, may not be in the public record. So what they're saying And here it is. You can read it. Here, let me take this down. Let me take this down. I'll put it right back up when the court shows up. You can read it for yourself. They're basically saying we don't want other documents in the public record. We don't want anybody else to see them. We want nobody else to see them. So essentially that gives the government time to put a case together to other people if he's cooperating. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. But right now, the runway is there for the takeoff. Let's put it that way. The runway is there. And as Laura says, the plot thickens. Absolutely. The plot thickens. Well, you know, but we all thought, right? Didn't we all think he was an anomaly from the get-go? And, you know, when you see paragraphs like that in a plea agreement, it's like, well, Your Honor, yeah, we may have other stuff, your magistrate. What do you got? Well, we got this other stuff working here that we did a proffer with him, and we're just going to kind of keep it under our hats right now. So we need language as an addendum to, you know, for the court, so that none of this stuff gets out into the public. We just keep it private. All right. Here we go again.
Discussing, how would we like to proceed?
I think they're going to go to break for the day, unless he's got a couple more questions.
Judge, I think I just have a couple of questions for Sergeant Hull. To finish out the day, I think we're in agreement that once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor?
Me? You?
Well, I sure.
You may proceed with your questions, and we'll take it from there.
All right. Agent Hull, I asked you earlier, after you had testified about all the video that you've watched and video that you believe depicts Mr. Robinson from the UV surveillance, and that combined with the driver's license and the DMV records, whether or not you believe that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked you if you wouldn't mind pointing him out and describing something that he's wearing. And I don't believe that I allowed you to do that.
Okay.
Would you do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but
well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Hull has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
Does the defense want to be heard?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
No, Your Honor.
Well, if for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Ms. Nestor and other counsel wearing a gray suit jacket with a dark tie and a light colored shirt.
is I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
Yes. Say yes, Your Honor.
I have no, I mean, I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you,
All
Your Honor.
right. For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson.
Good
Again,
grief.
this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today, without the circles, without the blur, and without the
They're going to bring in remember, now they're going to bring in the person that made all the adjustments to the video.
And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right. Does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
So for today, Agent Hall, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, Judge, just one other thing, and it's a suggestion.
Agent Hall, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in. And if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance, and you could compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit, 12.1, is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull's release that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right. I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos. And then I'm happy to entertain the motion to review both of them, or however the parties. I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me and I can take it from there. It being that it's about 5 minutes, I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this, but he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill. All right. So, Agent, from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone. as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed.
This is almost like watching somebody
Excused
on karaoke night
for today.
keep getting up to sing another song. It's like,
Anything
oh my
further from the parties,
goodness.
or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go.
All right. Noting neither party wishes
Wait a minute.
to
Another song.
wishes the benefit of the record. Court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow
That guy
morning.
did a good job. The detective. All right. He did a good job. Well done. Well done. Well done, Officer Friendless. He did a good job. All right. That was painful in many ways. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? That one person that has the microphone and they just keep getting up. It's like, oh, here we go. You know, I did it my way. They're going to sing again. Here we go. Rock and roll. Okay. Well, we learned a lot today. The bottom line is the judge saw these three amazing videos that were shocking in nature. And quite frankly, in one of the clips where you see him, the poor guy, 1,000% just was blown away. And in fact, he had a physical reaction to watching it. So that's it. Okay, so we're going to keep this going. This was day one, and we'll pick it up for day two. And I want to thank every one of you for sticking with me today. And we'll see what happens tomorrow for day two. In the interim, we again let your friends know that this is towards the end of the video on the Kalala stuff, and we'll pick this up as well. So until then, continue to be Akamai, and we love you and thank you. Please hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs button to get this around the social media areas, and we will see you mañana. Let's go to Hawaii.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts, wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah, make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away, you and me, go to our favorite place. Feeling the sun on my face in Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. I need a summer breeze, some fresh air to put my mind at ease. No cares. You wanna come with me? Me and you go to our favorite tree. Are you ready now? We jump on a plane now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. Don't hesitate now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down. We're going